Alright. Good to know. Alright. Good morning. It's Hitchhiking TwitchCon day 11. I'm in Bismarck, North Dakota. And I'm in my home. In my home. So let's start the day by packing everything up. Sphere Gelato, hello. I don't know how to read your name. Hi. Was it cold? It was around freezing. But again, stuff's rated for that, so I was fine. So I reached your goal. Congratulations. Yeah. Woo, I gotta wear a banana outfit. Rose Dower. Good morning. Llama Man, good morning. Joshy. Pog is right. Rotax, good morning as well. Let's start packing. Now, socks. Here. Good thing I already passed Wisconsin. Cold as hell here. Yeah. Things are really mild here. They cooled down last night, but I feel like people told me today's supposed to be pretty warm here. Like in the teens. Someone even said 20 Celsius. Or something like that. And I'm like, whoa, 20? That's too hot. My god, Entra. Yeah. What'd he do? It was 10,000, 10,000, 25,000. So 45,000 bits. Or was it 55,000? Hey, Shred Pirate. Emily Tips. Morning. Bluebird. Razone. Trucker stuff. Trucker, where are you? How close to California are you? It was a total of 55,000 bits? Yeah. There you go. That's a lot of bits. Yeah, I'm sure those were all ads. Alright, anyway, let's start moving. See, and like that would be why I had to do like bits. If someone donated $550 PayPal, I'd be like, I don't believe you. You're going to charge that back in bits. I can't do that. Vapors is in the house. How are you today, Vapors? Baking. Still think you're gaming, but whatever. Guess you're a baker now. Well, I've seen some of your baking. Your baking looks wonderful, but I'm still used to you being gaming. Good morning, Nold Kipple. Next time you're in a town, you'll have to stop by Spirit Halloween store for a banana costume. I guess, yeah. Like I'm in one right now, Bismarck. I probably won't hit another town of any substance until like what, Bozeman, Montana. Because I'm on the 94 right now, but it reconnects up with the 90 in Montana. Doing well, I hope. You are. It sucks about the banana thing. Like. You know, my pride just doesn't want me to wear a banana suit. I'm gonna wear it. My pride's just like, Trevor, that's silly. You shouldn't wear a banana suit. I said I would, so I will. Who needs their pride anyway? Who needs it? A hitchhiker doesn't. Most people's standards, I've probably lost my pride because I'm hitchhiking. Be in Utah on the 22nd, should reach Cali exactly on the 24th. That's good timing. I wonder when I'll get there. Who knows? Will I even get there? Guys must really like bananas. Apparently. Next goal hit 200,000 bits as banana suit the moment we hit it till Halloween. That ain't happening. You can tell people who pick up on Halloween you love the Hallmark. Okay. Alright. Let's get you guys out. Okay, that's empty. Alright. Okay. Alright, sleeping pad. There's a bunch of little pieces of plant in here. Tracked a bunch in here with me. Gotta get back to work, be back in a couple hours. Alright, see you, 11 man. Adam, good morning. How are you today? It's below freezing where I am right now. Was that 10 cold last night? Yeah, the temperature dropped down significantly. Like when I left McDonald's at like 11, because that's when they closed the inside, it was not very cold. But it cooled down significantly after that point. Like, it had to be around freezing, if not a little below, which is fine. I'm rated for that. I was just like, oh, the temperature really dropped quite a bit. I was going to say I wasn't expecting it. And yeah, I wasn't expecting it, but I was already prepared for it. My stuff's rated for it. Getting ready for a trip with your partner tomorrow. How are you this nice morning? I am great. I slept well. I found a decent little spot. You probably had McDonald's for breakfast, which is great. Breakfast of champions. Gotta feed the beast. It's good. Life's good. And we've been making good time. According to Google Maps, as far as driving time, I've already done 56 hours of driving since I left St. John's, and I've only got like, well, 24 if I take the direct route, so probably plus 5 hours or something like that with a non-direct route. 29 hours of driving left in 8 days. So I've done 56 hours of driving in 11 days. I think I can do 20 something hours in the next 8 days. We're making good time. TwitchCon, here we come. McDonald's, what a rare treat, absolutely. At least you're getting plenty of sunshine during the day. I've been loving the sun. I've been loving the sun. Dukes of Hazzard. One of our banana mans. Good morning. Good morning. Excellent presentation yesterday. I loved it. It's very formal. It's very formal. Seem to have made great time and make sure to get the sausage biscuit. It's the best. At McDonald's, I'll probably get a McGriddle. And I have a choice between a sausage. Actually, if I do the 2 for $4, I think I still get a choice of... No, I feel like I went somewhere and I'm like, yeah, can I get 2 sausage and egg McGriddles? And they're like, it can only be bacon with the 2 for $4. With the 2 for $4. This is a good deal. 2 for $4? $2 each? And I'll just get a coffee, which are $1 right now, I think. That people would stream something in a dangerous way. Nope, bananas. You get a banana, you get a banana. Everybody gets bananas. I'd come back to Canada right now. It's a big smoke party everywhere, so there's just one big marijuana smog cloud. 7-Elevens are selling out. Yeah, I don't smoke weed though. Like, I'm glad everyone's having fun with that and they're celebrating. But like, I'd probably celebrate with them. I just wouldn't smoke weed because I don't smoke weed. I think it's great that it's legal. It never should have been illegal. But I don't smoke weed, so it doesn't change anything about me and my life. What's your unpredictable target destination today? I just want to get to Montana. Another state. Let's go. Stoners love the weed. I want everyone to love it as much as them. That's kind of true. Everyone's pushing the whole weed thing. They're just like, have you done this? Well, have you done this on weed? If not, then you should. Because weed's the best. And I'm not saying I don't like... I've smoked it before and I've enjoyed it, but sometimes it make me anxious and I'm like, I don't like it that much that I just want to deal with it, so I don't smoke it. And yes, I've tried indicas and sativas. So 29 hours and 9 days, right? Well, I didn't actually look it up exactly, just I did a direct route. I'm just like, from where I am in my tent right now to, well, I put San Francisco just because I could click on it on the map. And it said 24 hours of driving. And then, but I'm not taking that direct route. I'm taking a bit of a tipsy-turvy, loopsy way of getting there. And that's going to take more hours. Less than 30 hours, regardless. Would be my guess, my estimate. Alright, check boots. Oh, Bennett. Okay, there we go. Okay, check boots. Oh yeah, that's good. It's a good boot. One's nice as well. No slugs, no spiders. How can you sleep in the woods? What do you mean? How can you not sleep in the woods? Like, you just have a sleeping pad and a sleeping bag rated to the temperatures that you're planning on sleeping in, and then you sleep. The day is October 18th. Trevor wakes up and wonders, how long until my first banana snap? Yeah, well, what did we have, 4 yesterday? I don't think we'll be able to do more than that in a day. Also, we're going through some uncivilized areas, so like, I don't think there'll be enough people to banana snipe me that much. Not uncivilized, just unpopulated areas would be the better word. What has Corey Boy 6 started? Did you even have problems with wild animals? Amateur city boy wrestling? No. Especially where I am here. Like, I'm not in the middle of the woods and, you know, in the middle of nature, far away from civilization, where it's just me and every other living beast in the wild. No, well, you'll see where I am in a minute. Really don't have much problems with wild animals. Last night, like the night before, not this most recent night, but the night before, where I was in just outside Minneapolis. Like, I was more in like a real piece of woods, and there's definitely some things wrestling around in those woods at night, but nothing really that I was concerned with. It's just, you're with nature. Nature, for the most part, leaves you alone. Most nature is scared of humans, and for good reason. We're not the best as far as treating them nicely. If an animal's smart, they should associate humans with death. Yeah, you can hear the freeway. I think it's really cool that you're hitching to TwitchCon. Thank you, I'm glad you think that's cool. That's what we do here, we hitchhike. Not necessarily all the times I hit TwitchCon, just the hitchhiking TwitchCon. Before that we did Hitchhiking Canada, hitchhiked across Canada, West Coast, East Coast. Then we hitchhiked and went through all 50 US states. We just like hitchhiking here. Strange as that is. Once you cross the mountain, you're in mountain time. Or across the river, you're in mountain time. Where's the river? Hope you stayed warm. I did. Are you on any panels at TwitchCon? Not that I know of. And I think I know about it, right? They tell me. No chimpanzees running around outside your tent? I don't think so. How long until HitchCon? Oh, right after TwitchCon. We'll have a HitchCon. Alright, let's get out of here. Wow, beautiful morning. Wow. She's a beaut. Also, I broke these freaking gorilla pods are kind of a piece of crap. I've broken another one. Or I broke one of the legs. One of the joints on one of the legs. I did this on my last one. And I'm like, this one's more heavy duty. It weighs more. It's meant to take more weight. And you know what? I did the exact same thing. Okay, I can't see a thing. I need to up the brightness. Sure. It's fine. Alright. When the last time Trevor showered? Yeah, 3 days, I think, yeah. When's TwitchCon? 26th of October. Alright. Excuse me, Branch. I'm walking here. How's my hair? Oh, that is nice. That is some pretty... Where's this chat gone to? Get your head somewhere else. Come across any cargo train hoppers in your channels. Cool form of subversive transportation that I like to watch on YouTube. I've met people that have done it. Several people that have done it. I haven't done it myself. How do you do laundry? Infrequently. The only shower of the campsite has one. I don't camp at campsites. I camp where there's some random piece of land that looks occupied and I can just sit down for the night there. Hair will attract headshots for miles. There you go. I know it's really risky. I can imagine it's not got the same appeal as hitchhiking. Well, people think freight hopping's dangerous. People think hitchhiking's dangerous. Like when people think of hitchhiking, they think it's one of the most dangerous things you can do, which I disagree with, but that's the general consensus. I think freight hopping, it can be as safe as you want to make it. They're still running the risk of getting in some real trouble because it's very much illegal. true. Hitchhiking, I shouldn't be getting in any trouble because I follow the laws as I go, as far as hitchhiking is concerned. But if you're hopping freight, no matter how you do it, you're breaking a bunch of laws as you go. So, I understand the appeal. And when I was younger, it was something I wanted to try. I never did, as I was scared to try it without having someone show me. Because, so a few times every time I talk about this is, if you mess with the train and you screw up, the train's gonna win 100% of the time. 100% of the time. Speaking of which, there's a train. Some of your trailer friends got into heavy shit for help. Yeah, you can get felony charges for free hopping. Like, they take that stuff seriously. It was pretty dewy this morning. Holy, what a beautiful morning, though. It's gorgeous. Like, climbing out of your sleeping bag and stuff is difficult in the morning because you're all cozy and it's still cold and stuff like that. But when you step out to a morning like this, man, it's nice. Feels good, man. Wasn't paying close attention. Camped next to train tracks once. That was a fun wake up around 4 a.m. Yeah, they're freaking loud. And a lot of times, the land around train tracks is the land that's not really occupied too much because it's really loud and people get woken up at 4 a.m. So that's the spot where you end up camping because it's not developed because no one wants to be next to train tracks. I've been woken up many times by trains. Do I get sick often? No. It's time we're at 9:12 a.m. Let's start packing this stuff up. There. Oh. Maybe. Sure. Do you have back problems? No. That's fast tent breakdown. That's one of the things I like about this tent, or I love about this tent. How simple it is to set up and take down. It's so simple. It's just 2 cross pulls crossed, and then you clip them in, unclip one side, then you go shooting out, then you pack it down, then you stuff it in your bag, and you're good to go. And don't worry about it, and it didn't cost a small fortune, so I'm not concerned about damaging it. Slept in it hundreds of nights, and it's not as waterproof as it used to be, but it's still good. It tries. How many sets of clothing? This trip I have 5 pairs of socks, 3 pairs of under, 1 pair of pants, 3 shirts, and how many mid layers? 3 different mid layers and a shell, and a base layer for my legs, and a shell layer for my legs as well. I got a new toque, Stinky Pinky Winky. Do you ever get sick off it? No. I rarely get sick. I've only been sick once while traveling, and I just slept in my tent a day, and then I was good. When I talk about sickness, I have no idea if it's correct or not. This is just me being like, whatever. Clearly, things aren't always clean when I'm hitchhiking and stuff. And I'm like, I just say I'm always putting my immune system to the test. We're always making sure it's in tip-top shape because it's always being tested. Because things aren't clean. And that's okay. Things don't have to be clean. You don't have to live a sterile life. Morning, Pinky. Is this your bedroom? For last night it was. This one's pretty wet with dew. I might wrap it down the side. Doesn't get my stuff stored internally wet. Yeah. Around the poles, which go slid down the side. A ladybug. I had to displace you because I was packing up my stuff. It was on my ground sheet. Ladybug. It's cold for you, isn't it? Ladybug. No! Okay, you'll be okay down there. Freaking nature, man. Poles with my tent fly wrapped around it because it's wet, and I don't like putting wet things in or stored internally into my bag. If the fly's not wet, I put it internally. If it's wet, I store it externally. So the ground tree doesn't do bad. Not all ladybugs are nice. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you have against ladybugs? They eat aphids and stuff. That just felt so, like that McDonald's experience just felt so America, you know? You're there, school night, you get the cheerleader bus come by, then you get the football bus come by, everyone just had a football game or something, so now everyone's just getting McDonald's. What's more American than that? We just had a football game, now we're gonna go at McDonald's, and hang out, and then go home. You guys are carnivores, by the way, carrying lots of diseases. I've never heard of anyone getting a disease from a ladybug. Doesn't mean it hasn't happened. I've never heard of that before. They kill lots of other pests. You know, like spiders are quite often useful to have around because they kill mosquitoes and different things. Ladybugs are the same way. Yes, they're carnivores because they eat things you don't want to have around. They do bite. I don't know anyone who's been bitten by a ladybug. Not afflicting humans but other insects. Man, I thought we could all agree that ladybugs are pretty chill, but no, everyone's gotta be anti-ladybug, you know, but no, ladybugs are killers and they carry disease, apparently. You've been bitten by a ladybug? Does it hurt? It's like, I don't know, there's ladybugs where I grew up, and no one's ever like, yeah, they bite, we play with them. As kids do. Like, ladybug probably did not like that at all, but like, and usually I leave them to their own devices. But I was about to crush it because I was packing up my tent and it was on my equipment. Carry a gun? No, I'm from Canada. Just don't get bit by a tick. They're not really out right now anyway. More of a spring thing. Oh, that's nice. I don't like ticks. Huh. Used to be able to get sick by ladybugs. In the early 2000s. Man. These millennial ladybugs. They're fungus. Okay. They're a little too thick right now. 10. I'm making that so I can't put my water bottle in. Alright. Nope. Like a glove. Nice. Alright, we're almost done. No, don't feel like standing. Stay. Gonna get a hotel room at TwitchCon. I've had a couple offers for places to stay. Hotel in San Jose around convention time is a little too rich for my blood, so probably sleep on someone's floor, someone's couch, or something like that. Because I'm too cheap. You go here. Perfect, like a glove. Go up here. And you go closed. And with the sun out, I'm already like just warm standing. I'm gonna have to take off my down and wear just my fleece. That's wonderful. If you don't know this, like my shell has a stuff sack actually, but you can just roll it into its hood. It's usually like the quickest, like a quick, convenient way to pack up your shell is to just roll it into itself, into its hood. Dancing, no sir, no dancing today. Don't feel like dancing, dancing. Don't feel like dancing, dancing. At some point, I'll run out of 94 and I'll have to use a 90 West sign. I'll have to make a new sign. We'll have to find some new cardboard. That'll be exciting. Actually, there is room on the back of this 90 West sign. I could make a 94 sign, but it's getting all broken up. It's seen better days. Okay. Whoop. Drop it down. Compress that. Drop that down. Alright, let's go. Was your solar panel facing right? I don't have a solar panel. I used one, I didn't like it. Here. My life. Welcome to my life. Now let's get out of here. This way. Allez, sleep, man. Assois-toi, assois-toi. Excuse me? How dare you? Alright, we're back in civilization. Why don't you like weed, bro? Because I don't like it? He doesn't agree with me? I really don't care about weed. Like, people can smoke weed, can do their thing. I find it really annoying when everyone's just like, someone's like, yeah, I don't really like weed. They're like, how can you not like weed? Weed is the best thing in the world. You have to like weed. No. Relax on the weed. Relax. Not everyone's gonna enjoy it. It's legal now. I grew up doing it. I'm from Vancouver Island. Everyone smokes weed on Vancouver Island. It's like a rite of passage. You're supposed to. Wheat, it's great. Actually, before the stream, I was hitchhiking through Saskatchewan. It was funny. It was like very Saskatchewan. This guy, he's like, have you ever just like chewed on a wheat? Like the grain wheat? I'm like, no. He's like, yeah, if you just like chew it and kind of like the the gluten in it develops as you chew it, and it's kind of like gum. I'm like, okay. So he gave me a bag of wheat, like raw grain wheat. And you just like took a handful and you chewed it for like 30 minutes. And it got all gummy. There you go. Where are we, in Bismarck? We're in Bismarck. I don't usually tell people exactly where I am. Most of the time people can find out where I am because it's, you know, it's not that complicated. But I don't give people my exact location, but people find out where I am anyway. Did it taste horrible? It didn't taste like that much, to be honest. And because of that, it felt weird chewing something that didn't taste like very much. Yeah, for a while I was just carrying around a bag of wheat. It's weird. Ever land on a name for a creature? Did we like Reggie? Reginald? Montana today, that's the goal. Or like smack dab in the middle of North Dakota. I don't think it'll be a problem to get to Montana. And we'll just see how far into Montana we can get. Where are we getting breakfast today? I'll surprise you, and you're gonna be so surprised. It's gonna be very surprising. You're gonna be like, wow, I didn't expect that. Never would have expected that. But here we are, somewhere we never expected. Did you realize you hit your banana suit goal? Yes, I very much realized that. That happened yesterday. Yeah. Well, where I was last night is really close and convenient, so I gotta go there. Morning. For here, if I could. Oh, yeah. Could I get 2 for $4 on the bacon, egg, and cheese McGriddles?
2 bacon, egg, and cheese griddles?
Yeah.
All right.
And grab a medium coffee, 2 cream, 1 sugar.
All right. Is that all?
That's everything.
2 griddles and the coffee is going to be $5.38.
All right, on MasterCard.
That's a nice boom mic there, brother.
You like that?
That's a nice boom mic.
Yeah? Yeah, it's a Rode Video Mic Me. Alright, thank you.
All right, yep. And then let's take that tag and have to see we'll bring it for about 2 minutes ready.
They'll take it over? Or?
Yep.
Yeah,
Let's see we'll bring about 2 minutes ready.
Thank you.
I wouldn't have minded a boom mic like that when I was getting my broadcasting degree.
You're broadcast? Oh, you have a degree in broadcasting?
What's that?
You have a degree in broadcasting? Nice. Have you, what type of films have you made?
Well, I made some music videos.
Yeah.
I've done some wedding videos.
Okay.
I've done TV commercials.
Oh, yeah?
I did photojournalism, you know, when you cover on a TV journalism, basically.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. No, I just started filming stuff 6 months ago, and now it's my job.
I miss I miss video editing. I really enjoy it.
Yeah. What I do is all live content, so it involves no editing. So maybe you wouldn't like this. It's all live. It just,
Yeah,
as it happens, it happens.
The one thing I was never very good at was stand-ups.
Stand-ups?
I was never very good at those.
No.
I was too nervous. You know?
Oh, I would be too.
63.
Can get McDonald's as a sponsor? I don't know. I'm just in the process of starting to figure out how to get sponsors. Yeah. Charge batteries. That's what this is for. That's what this is for. If I want to make it to TwitchCon without paying for accommodation, as I set for a goal, I have to stay on top of this. Oh. Nice. Got power. Now let's plug her in. Ordered the banana suit? Not yet. Thanks for raid the other night, bro. No problem, thanks, Penguin. Could be a good stream. Man, my hair is nice today. Wow. Need get sponsored for the banana suit. Yeah. I just find banana suit manufacturers be like, hi, I would like to promote your banana suit. Please give me a free banana suit. No, but I'm actually looking for product sponsors now, as far as outdoor equipment goes. Nice red sweater you're wearing, thank you very much. It's an icebreaker, 200 weight, mid-layer. And 200 weight refers to, like, if you just take a square piece of fabric, it's 200 grams per meter squared. Supin Raid was hilarious last night. I hope you watched it. I didn't. But Maka Waka clipped a few and posted them into my Discord, so I actually did see those. Gotta get that Wendy's sponsor. I would take a Wendy's sponsor, yeah. I'm down. Wendy's, hit me up. Hit me up, Wendy's. Alright. Shoot, 538 bits for breakfast? Oh, you did. Mindrail. Thank you so much for the 530 bits. 538 bits. Wait. Oh yeah, $5.38. Hey, thank you. Sorry I missed that when that happened. Must have been distracted. But thank you very much. Would you order to eat, is it brunch time? Hold up. Reword that. Don't know what we're talking about. Need batteries. Morning. Just stick her on charge for a little bit. What pro batteries to use? I like every different battery is a different brand. I've got Aki. I've got I've got 2 Aki, so they're not all different brands. Aki. This one's an RAV Power. I forget what the other ones are. Well, they're a couple different brands. Yeah, it's a bit of a cluster of batteries here. It's not very neat, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Type of batteries used for backup milliamp hours. I have 5 right now, plus the internal ones stored in your devices. I've got a 22,000 milliamp hour, a 20,000, a 12,000, a 10,000, and a 4,000. So a variety of sizes, depending on what I'm using. I usually have my 20 or 22,000 milliamp hour one attached to my tripod, and that lasts me all day plus. And then I use the smaller ones just kind of auxiliary to like charge different things as I go. Local concept plus I have not yet, like DK.
Alright.
Beauty.
There you go, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yep, enjoy.
Why do you prefer to eat this garbage instead of taking like canned sardines with you? Because I like this garbage. Keeps me satiated. And then I won't smell like canned sardines. Also, I get an opportunity to charge all my stuff. We should do some on Twitch. I'll check my my Twitch whispers. Canned sardines are heavy. I'm guessing they're pretty calorie dense. Yeah, I was surprised. They went to canned sardines as their. Why are you eating this instead of canned sardines? I've never heard anyone being like, you should eat canned sardines. Like, I'm guessing it's calorie dense. I just haven't heard of people bringing canned sardines. Like even through hikers. Through hikers, they'll bring Spam. For like really calorie dense kind of meat product. Canned sardines, best way to eat them is throw the can in the garbage without opening it. There you go. Damn bro, you need a haircut? You need a haircut, Scaramanga. Some kind of bum. The original is use some kind of hobo or something. Do we get a discount at McDonald's if we say Hitch live sent us? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. But no, you gotta get it right. It has been bum, people have used bum. But the proper word is hobo. Use some kind of hobo or something. I heard you hit your goal yesterday. I did. Or we did. Had one person donate 55,000 bits. That helped. How's coffee? Haven't tried it yet. I'll let you know. Got it. Now you know, TK Bane. Don't fail me again. You probably smell really bad after you eat that stuff. How do you think you'd smell if you were living off of canned sardines exclusively? Holy man. Would you prefer vagabond? I don't even know. People say the hobo definition fits me. So I don't know. I just roll with it. Good morning, I guess. What do you mean? Why is there I guess at the end of it? I don't mind the smell of fish. Are you human or what? Decomposing and processed fish has a very pungent smell. It's a very pungent smell. I'm surprised how offended by my lack of sardines you are. Is there coffee better than Tim Hortons? In my opinion, it is, yeah. Burger looks like McDonald's breakfast. Not sure about your time zone. That's why, I guess. Oh. Yeah. It's McDonald's breakfast. And it's 9:45 here. Alright, see you, Damien Show. Matt Trent, you're on day 6. You're getting there. You're getting there. I'm offended by how you trash talk about sardines. You heard it first here. Hitch Live talking smack about canned sardines. I don't like canned sardines. Keep them away from me. I don't associate with their type around here. Get out of my face with the canned sardines. Get out of here. Timmy's good. Timmy's is perfectly mediocre. Breaking news. Toxic live streamer discriminating against canned sardines. Prefers McDonald's over it. Back to you, Jenna, with the weather. Oh, I love me some McGriddles. They're just good. Much better than canned sardines. For sure, not gonna hit Timmy's, ever hit up Canada. You probably will end up hitting Timmy's just because they're everywhere and you're gonna be hungry or you're gonna want a cup of coffee and you'll be like, well, what do we got? Okay, we got Tim Hortons. Then you get Tim Hortons because it's there and it's convenient. It's hard to avoid Tim Hortons in Canada. Must experience a lot of deja vu. Right now, well, I definitely did when I was going across Canada again, because like I haven't done a cross Canada hitchhike trip in a little bit, especially the Atlantic Canada. So it was a whole I remember this place. I remember this place. Ended up at the same gas station where I took a picture. That's on my Instagram right now. I'm like, this looks familiar. I feel like I've been here before. And I like looked up the pictures. I'm like, yep, this is it. Right at this seat here with the ceiling with the red and blue. Anyway. Just experienced a lot of deja vu. There we go. There's the deja vu. I should have expected that. It was all just a ruse. But then we said the best ice. I do like Tim Hortons ice caps. Like there's a sugary coffee blended ice frappuccino whatever. But they taste good. Sorry, well, my friend just owns a canned sardine company. So you're just going into channels promoting canned sardines. Someone's like having a nice. They are the best of the best of the best of the best. And if you eat anything other than them, then you're making mistakes in life. Fishbone, thanks for the 200 bits. And Vegas Penguin, 4 minutes ago with 100 bits. Sorry I missed that. Thank you very much. Sardine guerrilla marketing. Who would have thought? Twitch TV is inundated with guerrilla sardine marketers out of nowhere. I'll give out more. Give you get them. Thank you, Vegas. The hash browns? No, they got a 2 for $4 deal. You get 2 McGriddles for $4, and then all the coffees are $1. To tip at McDonald's? No. You have a certain title on your business cards, like brand ambassador or of the Golden Arches? No, my title is professional hitchhiker. Has anyone done the McDonald's trick treat win? Is 10 entry tokens worth anything? I guess it's probably not. You're not sure? We don't have tipping except at really posh restaurants? Oh, you actually do at posh restaurants? Well, someone is offended about the sardine thing. We're getting lost to their sardine company. We're going to send sponsorship. We're looking for affluent hobos to start a new campaign. Oh boy. How much you say you spent on food on this trip? I don't know. Haven't been logging expensive. Hitchhiking with a one person the whole way or switching it up, and where is TwitchCon? I hitchhike by myself for the most part. This trip's all been solo. Do you ever camp cook? No. If so, what kinds of foods? I don't, so no. The sardine costume? I am not going to agree to any kind of thing like that, at least until we do the first one. We're just going to have like a backlog of Trevor embarrassing himself in different costume streams. See Rose Dower. Bye. doing a trip exclusively TwitchHiking to mix up the challenge, just rides up the years, see where it takes you. Yeah, I've thought about doing that. Jesse strums yo-yo. Title for your book, Hitchhiker's Guide to Sardines. There you go. One thing on your hitchhike that needs to work out is your nutrition. You're stressing me out. Hitchhikers don't eat well. Wishing you safe travels. Thank you, Katie, Leet Mom. Not just any hitchhiker shows us down the same thing. Just you wait. We're gonna catch some sick rides today. And we're gonna make it to Montana. If she said it right? Yes. Duke's Father is correct. I've been bouncing McDonald's with bananas. It's true. Ever bumped into another hitchhiker on the street? Yeah, we've run into a couple. Yeah. I got picked up yesterday by someone that still hitchhikes quite a bit. How many national parks I've been to? I don't know. Not that many because there's not really much signal in national parks. And I live stream hitchhiking. And before I was live streaming hitchhiking, I only hitchhiked through upstate New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and Massachusetts in the United States, where you'd have your national parks. And I hitchhiked in 25 countries before that, but only that much of America. Upstate New York, my home turf. Yeah, where did I cross? Ogdensburg? Is that a place? Ogdensburg? Ogdensville? Ogdensburg? Ogden... something about Og? Both countries you've hitchhiked, which countries have the best food? The thing about my hitchhiking is I don't go to the country and be like, I'm going to try all the good food in this country. I go to a country and I'm like, I'm going to eat fast food, bread, and muesli. So I don't really usually try the local cuisine. Ogdensburg, okay. I crossed into Ogdensburg and then kind of went, through there into Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and down to Massachusetts for Boston. So to get to Boston because I had a flight out of Boston. Muesli is good? Yeah. Muesli and yogurt is what I'd have. My go-to in Europe when I was there was in the morning I'd usually already have a thing of muesli, but if I didn't, I'd get some. And then I'd buy like a decent sized container of yogurt and dump some muesli and dump the container of yogurt into a little bowl. It was like a little bin thing with a handle, and I'd strap it to the side of my bag, and I'd mix that in there, and I'd buy like a baguette or just a loaf of bread, and I'd eat the loaf of bread, or some of it, eat all the muesli, and then eat the rest of the bread throughout the day, and that was my food for the day. As a German, it's funny how you pronounce. How do you pronounce it? Can you just like spell it out phonetically? As a German, I probably pronounce it weird. I'm not saying I'm pronouncing it correctly. I'm just curious how other places pronounce it. Where do you eat potato salad constantly? Norway, because it's really cheap. It's like 7 Norwegian kroner for a kilo of potato salad. And it's ruined cheap potato salad for me. You'd go to Wales, that's where I'm from. Yeah, I took a ferry from Rosslare Harbour, Ireland to, I forget where I landed in Wales, but I went up around Wales and then into England. I think muesli is like granola? Yeah, it is. So, Hitchhiking and streaming it, I spend a little bit more. Man, my hair's beautiful. I am so pretty this morning. Made it to the Netherlands? Yes, I have. How'd that work? Came down through Sweden, Denmark, Germany, west through Germany, past like Bremen, and then into the Netherlands. I went to Nijmegen because I had a friend there that I met in Newfoundland. Met her at a hostel in Newfoundland. Stayed with her in Nijmegen, then I hitchhiked with her to Rotterdam. And then we split ways there, and I hitchhiked to Amsterdam, back to Rotterdam. Then I had another friend that I knew someone else. Just south of Rotterdam was a small town I went through there. I forget what it was called there. I'd say like Musil. No I on the end. Can't find anything to type out how to say it. Okay. I was just curious. It's interesting how different people pronounce different things. Greek yogurt has more protein in it. Trev, you should try it over goat yogurt. I know, and I have. Well, I did get what was cheap, but sometimes I get Greek yogurt. You know what really annoys me? Especially here, less so in Europe. You go through the yogurt aisle. Every frickin' thing of yogurt is fat-free. Can we just stop with that? Can we just stop with that? Can you just give me normal yogurt? Just with regular, like, milk fats? Stop it. Just give me normal yogurt. Yeah. The way you said it was actually pretty accurate. Yes. Fat-free but 100 grams of sugar. Yeah, they just substitute the fat for sugar because fat's actually flavor. Fat has a ton of flavor in it. And then they add a bunch of, like, stabilizers and stuff. You know, there'll only be like one full-fat yogurt. The fat-free is pumped full of sugar and doesn't fill you up. Yeah. Why does everyone have so much against fat? Fat is not a bad thing. Fat is flavor. Also, fat keeps you satiated. Like having fat in your food, like, I don't know, like you don't just burn through it as quickly. It make you feel full. But even Greek yogurt, they have fat-free and low-fat Greek yogurt where it's like 0%, 1%. I'm like, no, just give me real Greek yogurt. It's like 10% freaking fat. But just because there's fat in your food doesn't mean you're gonna get fat. It's just like eat more calories than you expend, then you're going to gain weight.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Fat's gotten a bad rep. They need to remarket it and rename it to fat with a P. Yeah. Fat clogs your arteries. Like specific types of fats, like your saturated fats. Is that the fat we're talking about? But yes, most people think fat makes you fat and clogs your arteries. There's bad fats. There's a whole lot of good fats. Freaking avocados, man. They're great.
Try this sleepy thing out here.
Trans fat. Avocados have a lot of fats. Avocados are great for you. I could be wrong. I feel like I read something sometime where, like, if you could eat any one just normal food, like not something that you put together to make it a complete food, if you could just eat one thing that was closest to completing all the nutrition you need in life, like avocados are that one thing. Like, they have just almost everything you need to sustain yourself. Well, I'm full. Get on the road. Yeah, I'm gonna finish my coffee and then we'll go. Because I'm also charging right now. Ever taken a shower at a rest area? You know, I've never actually gone through with it. It's always been like, oh yeah, I can do that if I need to. But I've never actually taken a shower at one. Are you sure it's not a sausage and egg McMuffin? What I had, I'm quite sure. For one, I know it was a McGriddle because it has the pancake bun thing, and then it had bacon instead of sausage. But yes, avocado is a great example of healthy fats. Fat gets a really bad rap. But fat's okay, man. Fat's okay. Me and fat, like this.
Hey guys.
Just got here and the first thing I hear Trev say is, I've never actually taken a shower. Yeah, we don't believe in showers here. Planet Fitness membership for $10 a month is a great shower option. Also, like, that would involve like me, like, getting to a city and being like, okay, where's the Planet Fitness in this city? And I have to somehow navigate my way to get to this chain place and then going there. No hurry, what will you do the next week if you arrive this? I don't know what you just asked.
Oh, big breakfast. Big breakfast, hotcakes, and sausage. So I got you a big breakfast, hotcakes, and sausage.
Plans a month to stay clean? I don't know the last time I saw Planet Fitness. Almonds, rye bread, rhino, yeah. I usually have almonds on me. I don't right now, but I usually have almonds on me. Now, the bad thing about where I am right now is I'm on the easternmost side of town. Like the first exit you get when you're headed west. And I'm going west, so I have to, like, I'll be out in this on-ramp, and I'll have the whole town to go through. Most of my traffic's just going to be going to another ramp in town. Hopefully I'll have someone go past me and they'll be like, I can't take you that far, but hopefully I can get you to the west side of town, and then you can maybe find another ride. You're like 1,000 squats a day, anywhere when you're hitchhiking, and then squatting down to talk to the chat. That's plenty of exercise with the walking. Yeah, bodyweight squats all day, every day. State are we in? North Dakota commentator persons. Where have you made it to? Are you in California? No, not yet. North What emergency alcohol are you currently carrying? Nothing right now. Nothing right now, actually. But it's good to have on you. Just need a little something to calm the nerves. It's very rare that I use my emergency alcohol, but it's there for when you need it. And it doesn't take much for me to, feel the effects of alcohol. So like 2 ounces is enough if I drink it quick. But like that'll do plenty.
Heavy, you're not driving, are you? I said, you're drinking heavy, you're not driving, are you?
We're half right now. It looks like you arrived Sunday. It was going like the last days. Sunday. What day is it today? Thursday. Maybe. But who knows? It's hitchhiking. I'm more than halfway because I started in St. John's, Newfoundland. So I've so far done about 56 hours of driving, of travel time, to get from St. John's to where I am here, and I have under 30 hours remaining. Calisthenics is what it's called. Just changed the new channel name, Calisthenics Live. I do squat all day. I should just do that, but with my backpack on. Much better exercise. For your birthday, we made you drink, or was that the driver that gave it to you? I forgot. The driver gave it to me. Told me it was my birthday. And we stopped. We were in Rhode Island? We were coming up to Rhode Island, yeah. And I told him it was my birthday. He's like, oh, let's stop by the liquor store. I'll grab you a quick something. And we go in there. He grabs me a little 2-ounce bottle of Hennessy. And he comes out and he just like gets in the car, starts to crack his. I'm like, whoa, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's saying, will you be showering when you make it there before TwitchCon? Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it's part of my ambiance. It is part of my, people expect me to smell as a hitchhiker, so maybe I should just accept it. Maybe I should be smelling. What do you think? We were talking about your channel name yesterday. I thought you could still keep it called Hitch Live, maybe just hitched people, as in married. Yeah, we'll turn it into a matchmaker stream. Has Raj Patel done like some stuff like that, where you kind of do like the podcast things, but like trying to matchmake people? Because he's kind of Raj Patel and someone else, bigger streamers. And kind of just get a bunch of streamers together and have, conversations. But you don't smell? That's right. I smell beautiful. 8-bit good morning. I can see hashtag HitchLive trending now. Trending? On what? Twitter? I don't use Twitter. Instagram? I barely use Instagram. I suck at social media stuff. I just like hitchhiking. I'm the TV one. I went on a hitchhiking across Canada trip, and I didn't have the SIM cards to use in Canada because Canadian data is too expensive. So I didn't use it in Canada, and then I didn't go back home before switching back into the United States, so I still don't have it. But the biggest difficulty with that is I was given 3 batteries, an internal one that you can take off, and 2 external clip-on ones. For that, they're each 20,000 milliamp hours, and using all 3 of those batteries, I get like 7 hours of charge with that. And I need, those need a long time to recharge. If I ever want to sleep outside, I need so many batteries. I stream 8 to 16 hours a day. Any of the people who've given you rides come to your streams? Yeah. There's several people here that found Twitch and my channel through picking me up hitchhiking. Apparently, I'm 21 questions late. Usually, I just watch. It's all good. I like answering questions. was the biggest challenge for me. Like, battery stuff is already a challenge. And then to have 3 large batteries last me 7 hours. It's a power-hungry thing. And something like that works great if you stream in a city and you have an apartment. And you go home to your apartment and you charge it up overnight, and then you go out the next day and you do your streaming around the town, the city. But when I sleep in a tent, what do I do with all this? What was the last airplane you were on? Last airplane at all I was on was when I flew back from Hawaii to Vancouver. They need to improve them, give them the feedback. The thing is, for most people's purposes, they don't need to be able to use a few batteries and get 2 days of battery life out of it. If you have a $10,000 piece of networking equipment, you sleep in a bed indoors with electricity. I have a very strange case of someone that is incapable of charging every night. It's not a normal thing for that type of tech. Like, you tell them, yeah, I want to go 3 days without plugging into a wall, and they're like, what do you mean? What do you mean you want to go 3 days without plugging in? Last airplane you were on? The checking one was New Orleans to Monroe, Louisiana. Based on your travels, where do you want to settle once you finish your hitchhiking bug? The place I want to actually settle and live, if I had a choice, would be on Vancouver Island, where I'm from. At Hitch Live, how much of an issue do you think you? I think you hit enter too early. How much of an issue do you think you'll have streaming at an exotic place without signal? I'll have a big problem streaming in an exotic place without signal, because if there's no signal, even if I'm bonding 12 networks together, if there's no signal, there's no signal. Travis Travels could charge up his car? Yeah. If you have a vehicle and a power inverter, you could charge that stiff and you could keep it going. I think something like that would work great for someone that drives around all the time and has as much power as they can run their engine. I don't have an engine, except for this engine. But unfortunately, I can't hook up a power inverter to myself. Like, some exotic places have signal though. Some places you're like, huh, this is pretty out there, and you're like, wow, 4 bars of LTE, that's not bad. Ever heard of the water lily? No. What's the water lily? Is that, what is that? North Dakota, you really moving along? Yeah, we've done well. I'm almost done my coffee. We're about to head out soon. You are weak. No good engine, no TVU. Put a windmill on your head. Man, the amount of power I'd need to generate to like keep that going would be crazy. I'd need a full solar array if you're going solar. Like, I tried like the 21 watt 3-panel portable solar thingamajigger. But like the amount of solar panels I'd need to generate enough power to keep that stuff going would be totally. You'd see me hitchhiking and I'd just have like, I don't know how much surface area I'd need of actual solar arrays. You enjoy your country making history yesterday, even though the laws aren't great for the everyday person. At least it's a step in the right direction. I don't smoke weed. It should have never been illegal in the first place. Now it's legal. That's great. Sweet. We did it, Canada. You could go full on Iron Man for power. Like, what does he use? How do you explain what he did? Like some nuclear, something fusion? Fusion? Is it fusion? Yes, just make all my clothes and my hat out of solar panels and I could be Panel Man. Could be my new name. Think you can turn bananas into batteries? Yeah. Miss Reagan, good morning. Fusion reactor in his heart or something. I'll work on it. I'll work on it.
Bacon, egg, and cheese.
Tony Stark, hit me up. Gonna go hitch now when I finish my coffee. Great beard of Zeus, good morning. What do you think of Kanye West? I don't know. I don't really know much about Kanye West. So, it's tough for me to say.
They usually have a pretty good basketball. Football, not so much.
Still rocking the OnePlus 6? Yes, I am. And I love this phone. Except my Streamlabs is very laggy ever since it broke for 2 days. I might have gotten a little bit wet. And it didn't like that. Alright. Trevor, I got you a banana costume. Okay, how are you gonna get it to me? Right to Elon Musk, you'll solve your electricity needs. But how? What type of portable solution could there be for that would fit my needs? Kanye just went bonkers at some point. I feel like maybe I've heard that. I don't know. I don't really stay up to date with the current stuff that doesn't matter to me. What's this battery at? 78. What's this at? 100? That's good. What's that at? Looks like 100. That's good. That's full. That's good. Where are you at? Almost full. That's good. That's one fat wallet. Yeah. Hitchhike life. Where are you at? 50%-ish. Okay. It's one fat wallet. There you go.
Number 179.
Alright, we are set. This is mostly charged. This is kind of charged.
There you go. If you ever, there you go.
There you go. Freaking broke another one of these stupid Joby Gorilla Pods. They're supposed to be like the good ones. I spent a lot of money on it. And you know what? I broke one of the legs. Literally puts out 15 watts. Would fully charge a phone in about 2.5 hours with a 2.2 mile per hour flow. Oh, it's a wind turbine. So I think there's probably between solar and eventually even wind, I could keep my current setup charged indefinitely.
Alright.
We're talking about
Are you number 1?
the TVU, which
There you go, brother. Alright.
So I have 3 batteries.
Your sandwich has
Each
a,
one is 20,000 milliamp hours. If they're fully charged, I can all 3 of those combined, swapping them out as they die, will get me 7
that
hours.
wasn't very good, was it?
So the power draw from that is
That wasn't
holy balls a lot. This 20,000 milliamp hour battery will run my whole phone and everything like that for over a day. That's one 20,000 milliamp hour. I have 3 and it lasts me 7 hours. And when I say a day, I mean like 12 to 15 hours. Alright, let's go. I am ready to rock. And my garbage is right there. DIY. DIY hydropower rig. Just waste all the water to get a little bit of power draw.
You like the solar sombrero idea? Yeah. You don't carry a small laptop with you? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Alright, that's good.
Brother?
That's good.
Can I help you, sir? How can I help you answer here to go? That is a caramel frappe. You want a caramel frappe? Hey, you want any nice just one? Caramel frappe.
Must watch a hitchhiker packing his stuff. There you go. Welcome to Hitch Live, where we pack things.
There's like, there's right by that, or nowhere. Open up I would
Ready to change over?
I'm gonna go to the washroom and then we'll head out. I'll be right back.
773.
Not to be
Alright, we're back. Back into the wonderful world of North Dakota. It's a bumping place. Try to wet down my hair a little bit. Rein it in a bit. She's wild. Alright, let's go catch some rides. Let's make it to Montana today, guys. Banana suit went. Halloween, as agreed upon. Still North Dakota? Yep. Just got here yesterday afternoon, evening. And hopefully by this afternoon, evening, we'll be in Montana. I have TwitchCon plan. What are my plans? I want to take you guys international. I'm not sure if I'll need to go home first before I leave, but Asia or Europe, I'm thinking. Coming to They need to pick up your underwear. Oh yeah, my underwear sponsor. That'll just be so much fun. Underwear sponsorships. I use a 56K modem. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the Twitchhikers. Have you subscribed before? You've been here a long time, regardless. But have you subscribed before? I think I see you a lot. A really good time. How about a new? Down to go 50,000 for Disneyland Street. Disneyland doesn't like you have selfie sticks. Disneyland's very strict. Also, Disneyland's full of freaking kids. Live streaming and kids is just bad. Also, they wouldn't let me on the rides with you at it, probably. No, I've been here for a while, but a new sub. Well, thank you for subscribing. I know I've seen you here for a long time. Disneyland's a tough one. I think it'd be fun to stream there if I could pull it off well, but Disney is strict. Let's go front view for a bit. The street light posts are so yellow. So bright. It's been able to afford something to do paying for that 56K modem. Yes. Top of the line technology. Morning Zeds. Excuse me. Thank you. That streamer I watched recently with this and I got kicked out for streaming? Yeah, I feel like that's what would happen. Live streaming doesn't have the best reputation in the outdoor world. I try to do it in a respectful way, but it still has a very bad reputation. Time to go grind some beans and make some coffee in my AeroPress. Oh baby. I have an AeroPress. I like it. I like it. Clinks is there a lot, never had a problem? Okay. Home base, British Columbia, but no, like I guess I have stuff stored in Kelowna. That's where most of my stuff is, so I guess I'd call it that. My mom's place just has a lot of storage, so I just have a couple boxes of stuff there. That's about it. This is my ramp up here. Let's check out the condition of the ramp, if it looks good or bad. Ever been to Long Island, New York? I went to New York City. Is that Long Island? Forgive my ignorance on geography. This on-ramp doesn't look very, very juicy. It's not getting me going. Oh no, it looks okay. Never mind. Sometimes it's hard to tell. That looks just fine. Okay, then I didn't go to Long Island. I just went to New York City. No, that's fine. That's just... Stand right about here-ish. And that's the line of sight. But we still need a new bit dono goal. Banassi was easy. Cage dive with Great Whites. I've been fairly against having donation goals for the most part on my stream. And we did one just this, because Redog's like, if someone donated $1,000, would you wear a banana suit on Halloween and stream it? I don't know if that's gonna become a regular thing or not. For a while I've been pretty against it. Start the timer. Good. Now stay. Snicker suit next to no go. Like, how often should we do that if we actually do make that a thing? I don't want that to be a constant thing. I don't want it to be the constant. Throw the sign up I put on Green Days, hitching a ride, gets my day going. Hike and drink for 300,000. I feel like I'd get some interesting rides. Actually, I got picked up by a drag queen in Michigan. Contact them, be like, go help me with my drag. Wait, someone said that actually. Yeah, you can contact the crossdresser. I got picked up by one. I think he'd look good in fishnets and heels. Thank you, Sultry Twitch. Twice a year. Yeah. You know, I've only been streaming for 6 months. Done a lot in 6 months. I don't know how to do that. Just like have donation goals sometimes without it just being like a permanent part of the stream. Donation goals should be every so often thing with a special specific goal. Yeah, like this one. First time I've ever done a donation goal. Unskinny those pants, mate. Unskinny them. Okay. I'll work on that. The timer is going, right? Yoga pants? I already, okay. I'm wearing base layers. I'm wearing a 260 weight Icebreaker Merino wool base layer. It's essentially essentially tights. It's meant to be next to skin layer. It's meant to be like against your skin. So I can just take off my pants and wear just my base layer. You heard the Hitchhiker? What's his name? Kai or something like that? Here, that's on the bed. Gosh, I can't wait to see it. Yeah, woo! Why not drive? This is stupid. Well, okay, you start stream where you're driving and see how many people watch. I like hitchhiking because I like the unknown nature of it. I like the people I meet. Every day is an unknown. Which is what is interesting to me, and I feel like it's what's interesting to people watching. Never tights? Timer's new. Yeah, we've had it for a week and a half or 2 weeks or something like that. Redog implemented it. People have been saying I should have a timer for a while. It's been a common suggestion, and it's a good suggestion, and now we've implemented it. So we do take your comments and concerns into consideration. I just don't know how to implement things, so other people have to. I'm not on the best on-ramp. Logistically, objectively, like if you just look at the on-ramp, it's good. But if you zoom out and you look at where we are in the city and where I need to go, it's not the best. I'm on the easternmost on-ramp headed west, so all this traffic's most likely going into the city. Not all of it, but a lot of it. I should be on the western on-ramp, but this is where I got dropped off. Did you ever go on motorcycles? I've never, no. I got picked up by a scooter once in Quebec. Planning to cut through the middle of California to get to San Jose. Like I'll be going Highway 94, then the Highway 90 west into Washington, then south, eventually on I-5. So that will be the inland interstate, not 101 down the coast. We don't get switched on time? Well, I guess we'll see. I think I got this one in the bag. But we will find out soon enough. That's the thing about hitchhiking, you just never know. I think I'm making good time. Dang it, Mind Rail. Closest you've been to arrested while hitchhiking? Massachusetts. Oh no, I got detained in Japan. So that was the closest to being arrested. So I wasn't only in handcuffs, but I was definitely not allowed to leave. Got detained in Japan. Oh, got dropped off in the wrong spot. One won't take forever. That's when I first started streaming. I started in Washington State, Port Angeles, and I was hitchhiking down Highway 101 down the coast. And it was a great time, and the connection sucked. Between towns. In most towns it was fine. I think you're the first person who ever made a living hitchhiking. It really means what you like define that as. Like, I'm sure like Jack Kerouac made quite a bit of money off of his like on the road books, which was about hitchhiking and living a lifestyle on the road. But is that making a living from hitchhiking? And just like this, for fun, my business card says professional hitchhiker, but what I'm doing is live streaming. My content is hitchhiking. It all depends on what you define. I'm sure people have made money off of blogs and books about hitchhiking. There's been several books about hitchhiking. and people's experience hitchhiking. People made money off of that. So are they a professional author, or are they a professional hitchhiker? Just like right now, am I a professional live streamer or a professional hitchhiker? You have perfected the hitchhiking pose and need a merch shirt with that silhouette. Oh baby. Alright, well, we are looking at getting merchandise going. Do you have a hitcher's thumb? No. Just a long thumb. Or pretty long. An even longer middle finger. As a hitchhiker, sometimes you get people that drive past and flip you off. But man, if we had a middle finger off, I will win almost every single time. What are some things you absolutely shouldn't do while hitchhiking? Stand in the lane of traffic and try to hitchhike. That's the definition of illegal hitchhiking. There's like a federal law, like you cannot not solicit a ride from the roadway, but the roadway is defined as the actual lane of traffic. So, I'm not sure if you think you can see it, but like that white line that signifies the shoulder, if I was on the other side of that, that's federally banned to hitchhiking. But over here, it's fine. Other than that, like, in my opinion, people always joke about using deceit to get rides. Like, you'll be hitchhiking, like a girl and two guys, 3 people, and they'll get the girl to stand out there by themselves and hitchhike, and the guys will like hide behind a bush, and someone will pull over for the girl, and then the guys will hop out and be like, me too, or us too. That's using deceit to hitchhike, and I don't agree with that. Just present yourself as you are. Eventually someone will give you a ride regardless of your demographics. Hitch, where are you going? San Jose, California. That happened to peel off? Yeah, it's really rude, I think. Sun's really in my eyes, I'm all squinty. Which is better than it being behind me and no one be able to see my sign or really see me. But has anyone picked you up that didn't speak any English? I hitchhiked all the way across Russia, so about 99% of Russia was with people that couldn't speak English. Gonna hitchhike back home after TwitchCon. I don't know my exact plan for TwitchCon. There's a good chance I'll head back home after TwitchCon to switch some equipment over. But I'm not sure yet. But then, regardless, at some point after that, I want to take you guys international to like another continent international. This is international for me. I'm Canadian, so this is an international trip for me. But I want to go outside of North America. It's yet to be seen if anyone will give a ride to a guy in a banana suit. Yep, we will find that out soon enough. Go to Asia. That's one of my options. I live in a van down by the river. No, I do not live in a van down by the river. Is there a song about that? Is there a song about that? Ever tried hitchhiking a suit? No, but I've been talking about that for a long time. That's another thing I would like to do. Longest time without showering while hitchhiking? We just had one of my longest stints just a few days ago. I was on day 8. On day 8. We made it from St. John's, Newfoundland to Escanaba, Michigan. It's a long ways without a shower. I don't remember exactly, but that's close to my longest time. If I've had longer, it's been like 9 or 10 days. I might miss some of your stuff if traffic's steady. Some of the chat. If traffic's steady. First time I see your channel. Sephi Insane. Welcome to Hitch Live. You had a banana? Not today. No bananas yet. No bananas yet. Warmers there? I don't actually know. That's the same color Mitsubishi Eclipse that Corey Boy 6 has. I'm like, no way. That's not a common vehicle. That can't be him. But I saw that color and I'm like, no. He did not drive here from Wausau to give me a banana. I was a little scared. Because it's not a common car, like that orange colored Mitsubishi Eclipse. Have you saved all your cardboard signs? From the Hitchhiking America trip, yeah. Twitch destroyed my life. I slept quite well. I had a nice little sleep. Some kind of hobo or something? You want a banana? Hey, Twitch streamers picked you up before? Yeah. Banjo Briggs picked me up. Kanye Twitty. DJ Quicks. He's taking a break from streaming, but he streams. I had any others? Like, I met up with Alec Ledford, but I didn't. No, well, he gave me a ride. I just wasn't hitchhiking. Well, I wasn't like. He was on stream. We were just hanging out. Yellow Sponge, thumbs up for his banana suit. Missed hitting 100,000 last night. Yep. We had one person donate 55,000 bits. It's very unexpected to hit that on like the second day of our little bit goal. They were like, yeah, no way you're gonna hit 100,000 bits by Halloween. No, we hit it in 30 hours. Finally caught a stream with you hitching live. Looks interesting. Couldn't do it. What do you mean? I hitchhike every day. I guess you might come at the wrong times. Coming during my after hitchhiking wind down eating stream. But yeah, I hitchhike while the sun's up, and then when the sun goes down, I'm not hitchhiking. continent you're going? Europe or Asia? That's the plan, at least. That's the plan, at least. As long as I had to wait for a ride 8.5 hours, Fort Nelson, BC, head north in winter. Should I hide the goal? Yeah, we probably don't need the goal up anymore. What do you guys think? You sleep in a tent at night? Yeah. That's where I started the stream this morning from my tent. If you do want to see, you could check out today's VOD, yesterday's VOD. I get up, I sleep in my tent. I start it in the morning, usually. We show the tent takedown. It's part of our morning routine, kind of. Goals been met, no reason to display anymore? Yeah, probably. Hide the goal, keep it. I don't think we need it. Like, everyone, we can tell everyone that we met the goal. That's been met, so why have it? Hitchhiking instead of the donation goal. We can just have a command to describe it. People will be like, what happened to the banana thing? We'll have a command, I guess. Would make sense, I think. Did you catch rides easier in Russia? Russian hitchhiking was really quick, really easy. You got long rides. Things were spread out. There's lots of long distance traffic, so objectively, hitchhiking in Russia was easy. But like language-wise, it was difficult to communicate. Some kind of hobo. Guess. I'm a hitchhiker. Average wait time is 20 to 30 minutes, but you know, this is very normal. Also, I'm at a bad on-ramp. Well, again, the on-ramp objectively is fine. It's just, I'm in a bad spot of town. I'm at the easternmost on-ramp headed west. I'd rather be at the westernmost on-ramp heading west. Because if you're at the westernmost on-ramp heading west, all that traffic leaving that on-ramp is probably going somewhere because there's nothing else. It's just open road. Didn't know you've done Russia. Also, yeah, Russia from the Latvian-Russian border to Vladivostok, East Coast. On the back of a bike, like a motorbike? No. A scooter? Yes. Doing a review of spray-on shampoo, like the dry shampoo stuff. Yeah, I'd try it. What point do you start walking? I don't. This is interstate. I don't like hitchhiking on the actual interstate unless I have to. Also, it's illegal in most places. It's not in North Dakota. I could be hitchhiking on that interstate walking down it, but I don't like interacting with 70-mile-an-hour traffic. It's not comfortable. It doesn't feel safe. And my goal is to hitchhike in the safest way possible. But here's how I think of it. There's some hitchhikers that swear by the, well, you might as well walk because you might as well be heading in the direction anyway. But what, you're going to get like 4 miles in an hour? Why not walk to that ramp? It's probably going to take me 3 hours. Yeah, how I look at it, walking versus standing. Yeah, the most you're gonna walk an hour is like 4 miles or something like that. Where if you get picked up just a little bit quicker, just a couple minutes quicker, that 5 miles is gonna, or 4 miles is gonna be made up in just a couple minutes. So your goal while hitchhiking is to get a ride as quick as possible. So find the best place you can as far as ease of being picked up. So I look for a long line of sight so people have time to make the decision to whether or not to pick you up. I look for a wide shoulder like this so they can safely pull over. And ideally I look for slow traffic. And if I walk out on there, well, 100% I'm going to lose the slow traffic. Line of sight's going to vary because the road's going to wind a little bit going through town. And then the shoulder will narrow and widen as you go as well. So 100% you're going to lose one of the three. There's a good chance you're going to lose two or sometimes even 3 out of 3. Share. They don't care. Doing meetups at TwitchCon? I expect to. I think I'll meet a lot of people. Uber to ramp? I don't want to. I hitchhike. This spot will work just fine. It's just not the best ramp to be on. What do your parents' family think of what you're doing? They're supportive, especially now that I'm doing something like making a stream and building a stream and doing this stuff. When I started hitchhiking, can't say my mom was very supportive. But, yeah. Pretty much doing what all mothers don't want you to do. I just need to get a motorcycle now. And I'll complete it. Complete the things that your mom doesn't want you to do. So to pick up hitchhiker after watching a stream, I always feel drive past one spot, see early enough. Yeah, hitchhiking spot's very important. Most people don't pick up every hitchhiker they see. There's a judgment call to be made. And if you're in a rough spot as far as being picked up, well, they're not going to pick you up. Because they're kind of like, should I pick them up? Oh, I've already driven past them. Okay, I'll just keep driving. Like, do everything you can to make it as easy as possible for someone to pick you up. Big old Peterbilt. Bunch of scary rebar. Just sharp rebar. Oh. Big Phil, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the TwitchCon. Appreciate that. A Big Phil. So, Kevin said, thank you for the host last night and amazing work. Not Walmart Trust. Reading while hitchhiking. Keep amazing work and not overload on potassium. I saw the stuff you linked in the channel. And you linked a couple clips and stuff like that in Discord and stuff like that. I saw that. Seemed like a good time. You pick your hitchhikers as long as they look clean. Do I look clean? Would you pick me up? Would you pick me up? Am I clean enough for you? I hope I am. I might not be. It's only been, this is day 3, no shower. We're still early on. Before that, we went 8 days, but I asked people, you know, that don't have to tell me good things, and apparently I didn't smell. Bring it. I should just pull up my backup phone so I can read chat a little easier. Do that. You don't look like a hobo? People started calling me a hobo because apparently the definition fits well enough that people like it. Yeah, we're good now. Just watch that famous guy. It seemed creepy. Yeah, that's why I turned down the ride. I don't take every ride that gets offered to me. The sign does not work, Trevor. This sign does work. As soon as I made it, it worked right away in Minneapolis. And she said she picked me up because of the sign. Because she knew where I was going and knew she was headed that way. And she knew she could help. Hello, NJ fan. Welcome back. Absolutely, it happens pretty common. When someone gives me a thumbs up back, it's hard for me to tell if they're doing it sarcastically or they're just like being supportive. So. Often you get stream sniped by drivers. Well, yesterday that happened like 3 times or something. It's the most that's happened in a day. This banana thing has gotten out of control. She picked you up because of your beautiful hair? I asked her, I'm like, so why'd you pick me up? First thing she said, your sign. And then she said I didn't look like a murderer. That's exactly what I'm trying to do here. That's what I'm trying to accomplish. I want to not look like a murderer, and I want to portray where I'm going, kind of, with the sign. Coming from Eau Claire, Wisconsin to Banana U. There you go. Thank you, Ninzo. Appreciate the sign compliment. Like, where am I gonna wear the bananas outfit on Halloween? That was what we agreed upon. You're bald, you need a pickup tester? No idea. I don't feel like testing that one out yet. Maybe one day I'll be bald, but not today. A good sign is more important than not being murdered? Well, as far as getting a ride, maybe. Like, if you're a murderer, try to not look like a murderer. You know? Put a little effort in. Come on. Man, murder is such a common topic of conversation with hitchhiking. Even with people that pick me up, you'd think it'd be like something you don't want to, really discuss because it's like, a little strange to talk about. But I think it's like on everyone's mind, so we just have that conversation anyway. Did you have a non-murder sign? Yeah. 2 girls that picked me up hitchhiking made it for me. It was April and Andrea. They picked me up in Oregon. And they made me that sign, not a murderer, and a Canadian A sign. talk is to hitchhiking what weed talk is to Twitch? Pretty much. People love talking about weed. It just doesn't matter to me. I don't care if you smoke weed. That's great. Congratulations. I just don't care. You do you. Hey, I was getting an ad for every stream you click on. Yep. If you're not subscribed to that channel, then Twitch automatically plays an ad at the beginning. And I have no choice. I have no control of that. What part of Canada am I from? I'm from British Columbia, Vancouver Island, West Coast. What's more annoying, weed people or CrossFit people? Well, in the channel, weed, because no one comes in here and talks up CrossFit. But people come in here every day and talk up weed. I think I'm a hitchhiker, so people are like, oh, he must smoke weed. Stereotype of a hitchhiker. I must do some drugs. No. Leave me alone. I've never seen like a big RV towing an F-150 truck, like a pickup truck. Usually it's a small car. You always make money from ads? Yeah, a Twitch partner will make a little bit of money from ad views. If you're affiliate, then it's all Twitch. If you're unaffiliated, then it's all Twitch as well. And usually when you watch the ad, it'll tell you. If they're partnered, they'll say this ad helps support the streamer. Smoke weed will just make your travel more comfy. Well, I don't like it. I've smoked plenty of weed in my life. I grew up smoking it because I'm from Vancouver Island. And everyone smokes weed there. I don't like it for myself. You do you, but I don't like it. Last I've had to wait 8.5 hours in British Columbia, headed north. One week to go, you make it no problem? Yeah, that's what I think. I don't look at it at the map, it's like I'm smack dab in the middle of the United States, but I think I can make it there no problem. 1 week. Another visit to Victor. This time I will not try to keep up drinking with him because it will be a bad time. It will be a bad time. We need to run. Eventually, yeah. Hasn't been too long yet. Part of hitchhiking. It's a waiting game. People driving by think you're crazy. I'm sure some people do. I'm sure plenty of people do. People think if you're hitchhiking, you're probably insane, crazy, something like that. That's the general perception people have of hitchhikers. But, give enough time, you'll find someone that'll pick you up. Still got the harmonica? Yes, I do. What happens if you don't make it 1 week? What's the backup plan then? We'll just have to find out. Stay with the trucker that's going to California. That's really boring. 6 days in the same truck? That's so boring. It might be boring for you guys. It'd be even more boring for me. Like, Oliver was a fun guy. Don't get me wrong. Like, I liked hanging out with him. But I'd rather be right here. fan of video games. I stopped playing in 2012, but I played it my whole childhood before then. Back then, I played a whole lot of Guitar Hero, Call of Duty, Halo, Skyrim. Before that, Oblivion. I like the Elder Scrolls games, Fallout, just your basic games. Basic gamer. Had an Xbox 360. A couple things that will lead you to refuse a ride. More like it's like aggressiveness. Like what's to made me turn down rides on stream so far. That's pretty much been like someone pulling over. I run up to the car and I'm like, "Hey, whereabouts you headed to?" They're like, "Just get in." And I'm like, "No, I will not. I want to figure out where you're going, and I want to get a sense for your personality. And you answering it like that just gave me a big glimpse into your personality, and it's no one I want to be around." Best ride you ever got? I don't know. The Pete and Amy ride in Massachusetts really shines because my day was just going so poor until that point. I was having a problem with this Massachusetts state trooper. He's a pro COD player, knows all our moms what to. I'll tell you what, I was a perfectly mediocre Call of Duty player. I had like a 2.2 kill death ratio. I was proud of it. Are you more likely to drop your guard a little for a female picking you up? Yeah, I could say yeah. Like it's not a conscious thing, but I feel less. But like there's plenty of like most guys that pull over, I'm just like I know this person's a fine person. It's just like 1/3 of the time I have to like feel it out first. Sometimes I'm like, this person's most likely fine, but let me go through my questions first. Is it true you're only hitchhiking because you're trying to catch all the Pokemon in one go? Yes. Would you get in the car with a pit bull? Yeah. There's nothing wrong with pit bulls, it's a breed. It's just if people raise them to be aggressive, then they'll be aggressive. And a lot of people that want to raise an aggressive dog will get a pit bull. Would you get a car that had a mountain lion in the back seat? Probably, because I'd be like, that would just be the most intriguing ride ever. Like, why is there a mountain lion in your back seat? If it's in your back seat and not killing you, it must be trained. It must be trained. Who has a trained mountain lion? This guy's got an interesting story. This guy or girl has an amazing story to tell about this mountain lion. What are some red flags for you? I don't know. Like that biggest red flag is just like aggressiveness. If you pull over and I ask you a question and you don't answer my question, you just tell me to get in, you're like, just throw your bag in the back or something like that. I'm like, no, answer my fucking question. I need to feel this out first. Close to TwitchCon. I'm like 2,000 miles away. Just under 2,000 miles. bugs are out right now. You want to ride on it? The clip was exclamation mark creepy driver, I think. But we've lost a couple clips, so we'll have to reclip them. I'm not sure if it's still up. Next trip up to TwitchCon. I'll either head back home to British Columbia briefly or not, and then I'll probably go to Europe or Asia. I'm picking up because you look crazy talking yourself? Maybe. But that's okay. I'm running a live stream, and it's interactive, and people ask me questions, and I answer it. I just don't stand here silently. But yeah. I've probably lost some rides where people are like, maybe, and then they see me talking, and they're like, maybe not. This man is talking to himself. Unfortunately, it's impossible for me to know that. Because I don't get to survey everyone that doesn't pick me up. I wish I could. Hitchhike to the moon, we're working on it. Elon Musk hit me up. We're going for that first interstellar hitchhike. Having chat probably helps pass the time waiting. It definitely makes it a lot more entertaining. I'm a patient person, so I was okay with it before. But it's certainly more fun now. Try to get around a boat. I've got to ride across a lake in a boat. Don't get picked up till I get back. Whatever, Big Bruce. Alright, let's hope for a ride real quick. Let's do it. Before Big Bruce gets back. Longest wait time, 8.5 hours. Wait time on stream, 6.5. Big Twitch Amazon? I feel like most of the people that pick me up don't know what Twitch is. They'll know what Amazon is, but they won't understand what that means. Why do you have a sign that says Amazon? Ever hitchhiking hot air balloon? I have not. I would love to though. Life goals. To the moon, baby. To the moon. That might be good marketing for Tesla. Take a hitchhiker to the moon. and I've seen like almost every young person, and I'm like, yeah, you know Twitch? They're like, yeah, I know Twitch. But the older demographic haven't really, on average, they don't know about Twitch too much. It seems. I can't like generalize that much. I can't say no old people know about Twitch, but just like younger demographic knows more about Twitch. And on average, it's an older demographic picking me up hitchhiking. Ever been picked up by a stream sniper? Early on Hitchhiking America, like when people were first offering me rides, I'm like, that's cool. Yeah. So like I'd let people pick me up and take me places. I don't do that anymore because that's not hitchhiking. Albeit I will take a ride with a viewer around the town, just not from town to town or city to city, just around town. Like if they pick me up, I walk that or I take a bus there anyway, so I'm not too concerned about that. Are you getting home after TwitchCon? I'm not sure. We'll find out. Would just West Side work at this point? Yes, it would. You ever get hit on by people? Yeah. Like your favorite me getting hit on clip. Yeah, I think I saw that crystal, the guy that was just staring at it for a moment. Gave me a good wave, a solid wave. This is going to be a long one today? That's okay. Interesting. Pulled over way down there, but then kept going. I feel like I'm making good time. If we don't get quick rides today, then that's okay. Starting to make me sad. What's the timer at? I can't see it. Like, what are we, close to an hour? At 57, what's this Twitch you speak of? I don't know. Hitchhiker panels here. Good luck. It's going to be a long while, to be honest. I've already hitchhiked through North Dakota, South Dakota, well, all 50 U.S. states, except for I didn't hitchhike in Hawaii. And it works everywhere. What's going against me here is I'm at the easternmost on-ramp headed west. I should be at the westernmost on-ramp headed west, but this is where I got dropped off. And unless I want to walk for hours and hours, this is the on-ramp I'm going to be at. So, I'm here. Hopefully I'll get a ride at least to the western side of town. But that's what's going against me. Most of this traffic is just going further into town. They probably live out here, somewhere along here, and they're just going into town. But yeah, for the most part, it's like, I've already hitchhiked here. I already know what it's like. 2 cops just drove by. They don't care. North Dakota's actually good for hitchhiking. Says it's gonna be one. I don't know, it went pretty quick last time. Since I've already done it. Pretty quick rides, and they took me a long ways because things are spread out. It's actually a good place to hitchhike. There's lots of weight standing around all day. I do walk a decent amount. I probably lose more weight than I would if I was playing video games on Twitch. Trevor, you're obviously doing this wrong. Yo, I'm a professional hitchhiker. My business card even says so. If my business card says I'm a professional hitchhiker, then clearly I must be a professional hitchhiker. Coolest vehicle you've been picked up in? A King Air 250 airplane. What's for lunch? I just had breakfast. Oh, it says 55 minutes? Oh, we're just getting started. 55 minutes ain't nothing. 55 minutes is nothing. Target city reach, Billings, Montana is where 90 West starts. Billings would be a good target. That's a decent way into Montana. That should seem more possibly more professional hitchhiker. There you go. Longest wait time's 8.5 hours. And yeah, average wait time's about 30 minutes, give or take. But that's like a median average. So there's a lot of times shorter than that, there's a lot of times longer than that. Why do you think people wave at you when they're going past? Just saying hi? They're being supportive. A lot of times people aren't going somewhere that would actually help me. Doesn't mean you can't be friendly to a fellow human being. Outside my hometown on Vancouver Island. It's only happened in my hometown. Boys in their trucks. It's always boys in their trucks. Maybe I'll try some dry shampoo just to test it out. I'll give you my review and get that dry shampoo sponsorship. Has anyone seen that you're recording and chose not to speak up? Yeah, I've had people pull over not seeing the camera and I come up and say I'm recording, documenting hitchhiking. And they're like, I don't want the camera. And I'm like, okay, I'll wait for the next ride. And then we carry on with our life. right, Firefly Whisper? Are you gonna make it in time? I think so, but we will have to all just wait and find out. Trevor, you are live. That is true. That's an accurate assessment of the situation. I don't get it, you can't see the camera? It's like 1 foot off the ground. It's like they're gonna see me and maybe my backpack. It's kind of like pretty low. 1 hour. There you go. 1 hour down. How much longer will we have to wait? Who knows? It's hitchhiking. That's part of the charm. I don't want it to be quick every time. Sometimes you gotta wait. It's part of the process. It's part of the excitement. Sometimes you have to wait. She had very pink hair. It is snowing in Nova Scotia, is it? Winter has begun. So I've been snowed on twice on this trip. Once in Edmonton, once in Michigan. Escanaba. I got detained in Japan. I had a fairly rude police officer, state trooper in Massachusetts. Other than that, not really. Below freezing 100% of the time. Because I can just throw some extra layers on and I'll be fine. Can't do the opposite of that with the hot temperatures. You go down to nothing and you're still too hot. I'm gonna hitchhike through Mexico, avoid Canadian winters. Again, I prefer the cold anyway, so that's a negative Ghost Rider. Travel wherever you want to go. Maybe what's your next move? Depends how they say that. It's all in how you say something. A lot of conversation is non-verbal. They have a cute dog. I like dogs. least three. At least three. We're gonna pick you up. No. I don't take rides from the community because it's not hitchhiking. I would love to meet you. But this is about hitchhiking. About random people going about their day-to-day business and they see me hitchhiking and then they give me a ride. I appreciate the offer. Miserable hike you ever done? A Canadian Arctic hitchhike had both my longest wait time and the coldest temperatures I've ever hitchhiked in. It took me 4 hours to get a ride in minus 37 Celsius. It's right about the same in Fahrenheit. They intersect at minus 40, so minus 37 Celsius is close to minus 37 Fahrenheit. I don't know what the exact number is, but that was type 2 fun. Wasn't fun at the moment, but it's fun looking back at it. And that's where I had my 8.5 hour wait time out of Fort Nelson, headed north. And I was about minus 16 that morning, minus 17. Well, the thing is, there just wasn't much traffic up in northern Canada headed to the place I was trying to get to. So, like, I was stuck for 8.5 hours in Fort Nelson, BC. In the 8.5 hours, people kept seeing me as they were driving around throughout the day. So twice I had people come by and give me Tim Hortons coffee and, like, a muffin. So people weren't unfriendly, just there wasn't enough traffic headed my way. Hitchhiking, even know them or not? I disagree. If you ask your friend to come pick you up, that's not hitchhiking. That's a friend coming to pick you up. Every time I called my parents for a ride when I was a kid was a hitchhike. We're all professional hitchhikers because we ask our parents for rides around places. Going that way anyhow, but that's still not hitchhiking. It's still a planned and negotiated ride. Craigslist looked up rideshare. Someone's like, I'm driving from here to there. Anyone headed that way? I can take you. Is that hitchhiking? No, that's ride sharing. That's pre-planned, pre-negotiated. Hitchhiking is random. No ride yet today? Not yet. We're waiting on it. It'll come. That's so complicated. It really isn't complicated. It isn't that complicated. Hitchhiking is a very simple thing. Nine plus a bunch of numbers. Thanks for the 200 bits. I don't mind people coming by, but pretending to not know me, then give me a ride, even though I said not to, is pretty rude. If you come by, we've got a meme going on, people come by, give me a banana. I love that. I think that's funny. I get to meet people from the community, and then I continue on with my hitchhiking. That's cool. Hey, back. Not in this case, because I know this will work. Some really interesting people in your clips? Yes, there are. Yes, there are. You meet some interesting people hitchhiking. How goes it so far this beautiful morning? Well, we're at an hour 15, hour 20. No rides yet, but it's a beautiful day. It feels good to be outside. Like my sleeves are rolled up. It's not very cold. Feels good now. It's a great day to be outside. Mustang with Sniper, you just wanted to get a clip of his exhaust. Yeah, I feel like sometimes people drive past me and they're just like, not only am I not going to pick you up, but I'm going to try and accelerate as fast as I can next to you to be loud. Weird people in your opinion? Honestly, some of us, like, okay, Virginia. Just because 2 days, 2 incidents. I was gonna say British Columbia because I've had some of my weirdest rides just around home in BC. Just with drugs and stuff like that. But Virginia. That's where TwitchCon is. And that's where another. G an hour happens very commonly while we're checking. An hour comes, yeah, pretty regularly. Wait 11 hours. My longest wait time's 8 hours. 8.5 hours. Not 11. Longest on stream 6.5. In Tennessee. Which was very surprising. It was a decent on-ramp, and there wasn't much past there. It was a Sunday. Lots of families and cars, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes there's no good explanation. Sometimes it's just slow. Sometimes you're in a horrible spot and you get a ride almost instantly, and you're like, wow, how did that work? Never waited 11 hours. 8.5. Maybe it felt like 11 hours. It was a long day. That's someone from Virginia that does not represent you. Are you sure? Are you sure? Based on my limited experience in Virginia, I think everyone's like that. Are they not? Your state slogan is Virginia is for lovers, so I feel like that means something. It's conclusive evidence that you're all lovers. Is this the longest wait time to TwitchCon? What's the longest wait we've had on our way to TwitchCon? Probably not, but it's probably getting up there. The longest wait time is probably in the 2-ish hour range on just this section of the strip. Perhaps they investigate the website. Do they have public transportation here? Rides you see turned down? Several, but not that many because of like their personality and me not wanting to ride with them. More so because like they pull over and they're like, I'm going here, and I'm like, oh, I'm going here, and we're like, okay, probably doesn't make sense. Just like pretty commonly recently, if someone's like, I'm on a good on ramp, and they pull over and they're like, I'm going to the next exit, and I'm like, is there any services there? As in like, is there going to be traffic there? And they're like, no, not really. And I'm like, okay, I'm probably better off here. That type of situation. Zubins. Amazing host last night. Hope you had a great stream. People said they enjoyed your stream, so. truck driver was 2 hours. Oh, the one going to San Francisco that I turned down. Well, I took like a 5-hour ride or something like that with him. I'm feeling you're gonna get several bananas at TwitchCon. I have a feeling you're right. Banana hype. Some guy picked me up now like 3 days ago. Just an older guy, just normal ride. And at the end of the ride, he's like, "Would you like a banana?" And he gave me a banana. I'm like, "Okay, I'll take a banana." And then the person came by, he's like, "You some kind of hobo or something?" And gave me a banana. And the next day, same guy came by, he's like, "You some kind of hobo or something?" Give me a banana. And people keep stopping by and giving me bananas and saying, "You some kind of hobo or something." And then Redog's like, "If someone donated $1,000, would you hitchhike on Halloween in a banana outfit?" And I said, "Yeah, sure, if it's bits." So then people started donating bits for the banana cause. And then yesterday, we reached $1,000 of bits. So now I have to hitchhike on Halloween in a banana outfit. So essentially, all my pride is gone. Bus station 2 kilometers away. I'll get a ride. Looks like a nice day there. It absolutely is. It's a great day to be outside. When will you get a ride? It's taking a while. That's the thing about hitchhiking. You never know. It's random. I like it that way. Sometimes, actually, it happens, well, on a semi-regular basis. Sometimes it's like within the first couple cars. Sometimes it's the very first car that drives past that pulls over. Other times, it takes hours. There's always a unknown nature to it, which I like. Plan B in case don't make the TwitchCon on time. Guess we'll find out. When you make it to TwitchCon, where are you staying? No plans yet. I've had a few offers, but like just because I kind of just show up places, I never know when I'm going to show up. It's hard for me to like plan things with people. So I've had a couple offers. So got some options, I guess. Where are you staying in front of a no parking sign? I'm on an on-ramp, and you can't park. Parking's different than stopping. What these trucks do is sometimes they want to like figure some stuff out on their trucks, and they'll just stop on the on-ramps. What they want is they don't want these commercial trucks just parking on the on-ramps for hours. So a lot of on-ramps have that. Also knowing when that happens. Like I'll come out to a nice on-ramp and there'll just be a couple trucks parked on the on-ramp. I'm like, hey, that's where I do my hitchhiking. Did you rate that shoulder? Like it hits all 3 marks pretty well. There's been better shoulders, but like it hits all those marks pretty well. Like the line of sight, slow traffic, wide shoulder, it hits all of them. That's objectively a good spot for hitchhiking. It's just the traffic is going to be a lot of local, because it's the easternmost ramp headed west, and I'm trying to head west. You better be on the west side, but eventually I'll get a ride. My someone else takes me to the west side. Hey, Rose Model. That's like he was behind a bunch of traffic, so he just, as he passes, you accelerate really hard, and then he's immediately has to brake after. Congrats, you just spent $1 on gas. Sorry, diesel. Would you hitch a ride with Willie Nelson? Who wouldn't hitch a ride with Willie Nelson? That guy from yesterday was a hippie. Yeah. Well, like, I don't know how he'd define himself, but a lot of people would define him as such, yeah.
Hard to believe it's already been 6 months
Halter
since you
John
got your sub
with the
button.
6 month.
Here's to many more to come, Klaus.
Thank you very much, Halter John. One sec, I'll read out the thing. One sec. Too many vehicles. I believe it's already been 6 months since you got your sub button. Here's too many more to come, broski. Thank you very much, Halter John. Really do appreciate that. 6 months, man. 6 freaking months. Man. I'm almost an experienced streamer now. I still don't know anything. But I almost have been streaming long enough where I can say I know what I'm doing even though I don't know what I'm doing. 6 months. Affiliate? How do you feel? Well, affiliate was really annoying because I messed up on my paperwork and then it locked up and I couldn't get it, and it took like 20 something days for affiliate to pass through even though it was supposed to be instantaneous. I definitely remember getting partnered on Oak Island, but I don't remember the moment when I got affiliate. Zoopins, thank you for subscribing and welcome to the Twitch Hackers. I hear you had a very entertaining stream the other day. I hope it was fun. Where are you now? Bismarck, North Dakota. What route am I planning? Probably taking 94 to 90 into Washington State and then south down I-5 because I want to avoid Nevada and the bigger part of Idaho because they're both illegal to hitchhike. They create like a big shield of illegal hitchhiking trying to get west, so that's annoying. Otherwise, the most logical route would be to go through Nevada. But that was not meant to be. Are you going back hitchhiking again? What do you mean? I'm hitchhiking right now. I don't understand. Have you used showers at truck stop places? I have not, but I know they're there. Sweater's too dark. My sweater's okay. I know it's blue. And you usually wear lighter colors. But that's why I wear light colored pants, because there's always something light on me. Where's TwitchCon? San Jose. I'm messing with you, looking great. Thank you, thank you. You're looking great too. Your sister ex-hitched in Idaho all the time, didn't get in trouble for it. Yeah, people do it all the time. But what I'm doing is live broadcasting myself if I was hitchhiking in Idaho doing something illegal. How smart would I be to videotape and live broadcast myself doing something illegal? Also, I'll just get banned on Twitch. So I know you can do it. You can do it in all states. And the cops might give you a little trouble here and there, but for the most part, they don't really care because you're hitchhiking. Usually that's how you're traveling because you don't have means to travel by another way. But I can't do that. Getting sore? No. If there's really steady traffic, like I'm on the highway and it's just car after car and my arm's out and I don't get to put it down forever, then your arm gets a little sore after a while, and I'll do like a few windmills and stretch it out and then keep going. But no, not here. You pay the drivers. That's not hitchhiking. So no, it's not here. If you're hitchhiking, it's not expected. Hitchhiking again. Nevada, Idaho, Delaware, New Jersey, and surprisingly, Hawaii. Used to be in Wyoming, it's not anymore. Used to be in Utah, it's not anymore. The Switch know where it's illegal? But I do, and I tell you guys where it is. So what would happen is you hitchhike there, and then there's always people salty about life. So they just report you being like they're doing something illegal, which is against the terms of service, and then you get a ban. From the get-go, I've made a point to do this hitchhiking and streaming thing as above board as physically possible. Follow the rules wherever I can. Can you get a plane last minute if you don't think you'll make it? I can. I don't want to. Go to another point. This area is bad. This area will work just fine. Where have you been so far? Hitchhiking? I've hitchhiked across Canada 4 times now. And I've hitchhiked through Ireland, Wales, England, Scotland, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Russia, from the Latvian-Russian border, Vladivostok on the east coast, Japan, Australia, all 50 states in the United States of America. So what's holding the spot back is a lot of this traffic going this way is just going into town, into Bismarck. I'm on the easternmost ramp headed west. A lot of this traffic is just going into town. It'd be better if I was on the western ramp, but this is where I got dropped off yesterday, and it would take a long freaking time to walk across or do anything like that. So we're just using this ramp. It'll work. It'll just take more time. Yeah, Hollywood, that's right. Eight and a half hours. Walk past the exit. What do you, like, out onto the highway? I don't like hitchhiking on the interstate because it has fast traffic. I feel much safer hitchhiking on an on-ramp before people are going any decent speed. And in most states that's illegal. North Dakota, it's fine. I can hitchhike on the interstate, like right on the interstate if I want to. I just don't want to. Fears taking you to the west exit? Yes, I would, because I'm persistent now. Sometimes I'll take a ride around the city if I could, like, if I was going to walk or take public transit anyway. But I've established myself here, and once I start hitchhiking, I'm like, no, we're going to make this ramp work. There's room for cars to move over to the side. There's all the room in the world. There's a lot of room to pull over here. That's one of the 3 things I look for in a hitchhiking spot. A long line of sight so they have time to make a decision on whether or not they want to pick me up. A wide shoulder so they can safely pull over to the side and not block traffic, and ideally slow traffic. This spot has all 3. Legalize marijuana, how do you feel about that? I don't even smoke weed, but it should have never been illegal in the first place, so it's good. It's a waste of resources to police that. I feel like if we've learned anything from history, prohibition doesn't work. If people want to do something, they're going to do something. If they want to do a drug, they're going to do that drug. Nothing you do is going to stop that. People are persistent. Is everyone asking that to every Canadian on Twitch? I expect so. I'd like to get to Montana. I'm in the middle of North Dakota. I'd like to get to the next state. Back to America? Yeah, we've been in America, what, 5-6 days now? 5 days? Some amount of days. have a squeaky backpack amount. That's true. We haven't had much. The backpack hasn't been that squeaky lately. We haven't had much people talking about it. Well, it's usually squeaky shoe time, but. Well, wait now. Give me a piggyback ride. Alright. I will take a viewer piggyback ride to the westernmost exit. I'll do that. I'll take that. Has the backpack stopped being squeaky? It depends how it gets packed. Like, I guess how it's been packed lately isn't squeaky. I don't actually know what the got a micro oof? Okay. The mic's crackling right now? I can play around with it if other people are hearing that. Snowy on the mic? No, there's just some dust. It's dusty here. It's not my end. Or hope it's not. No one else is saying anything. People freak out when the mic's going weird. You can hear it? Yes? Okay. Alright. Hold on. Let me see if I can catch a break here and go. When you get picked up in the banana outfit, you should not say anything about it like it's a normal day, everything to be wearing. Yeah, that would be funny. I'd like that. I should try that. Still making that sound? Well, like, I can either run with it on and maybe making the crackling noise a little bit, or without a mic and you'll get a ton of wind noise. Have you ever been overweight? No, I've always been very thin. Foldable shower do you wonders? Then I look extremely lazy. Just chilling there. But sometimes I wouldn't mind that. Because I don't mind long wait times, but I think that would increase my wait time because you look late. Do you normally wait this line? No. It's within the realm of normalcy for hitchhiking to wait 2 hours. Try the red jacket. I don't want a windproof jacket right now. It's gonna be too much. Because the wind actually isn't, like, it's a little breezy, but it's not a cold wind. It feels good, actually. The wind feels good. Oh, he gave me the finger. Dakota is feeling fabulous today. Who flips off hitchhikers? Usually boys in their trucks. If you want the answer to who does silly things when they drive past hitchhikers, it's usually boys in their trucks. Pros and cons of stream and don't stream while hitchhiking. Pros, a lot more social, like these longer wait times. More fun, we're just talking, I don't mind. I can be here all day. I could be here all day without the stream, but it's just more entertaining this way. Cons, I'd never get any downtime. My whole day's stream. Privacy. The only time I'm like offline is when I'm sleeping. Is Lacey here? Wait, someone said Lacey Pete. Poggers. I don't see Lacey. Would have made it to the other ramp around this time if you had walked. Neat. Does your mother have a Twitch account? Yeah, she was one of my first followers. We were just trying the west side. Yeah. I like this sign. I like my shield signs. Shouldn't be that. I'm going west. 94. The sign is working fine. You just have to find the right car heading that way. But yes, being in the easternmost ramp heading west is not ideal. How many signs total? I've probably got like 5 made right now. 6 made. would that help you get a ride? Probably. Probably. There's a wasp? What are you doing here, wasp? Can you not? Wasps always get weird in the fall. I'm surprised to see one. It is pretty warm today though. What do you like over there? Gentle breeze, but it's not cool wind. I don't know what the temperature is, but it's pretty warm. It's in the teens. Ask how you hear yourself. That's using deception to get a ride. Which we talk about almost every day about how I think that's unethical. I present myself as I am. And if people want to give me a ride, they can. If they don't, then that's okay too. So 63 Fahrenheit Bismarck. Yeah, that's toasty. Heroin. Thanks for the 94 bits. Some bits and hope it gets you a ride on 94. Thank you very much. Let's get this 94 ride. See where he's off to. Hey, how's it going? Well, I'm going to Washington State, then California, so really far west. Where are you headed to?
I'm in the van down right now. I can get you up to the truck stop.
Yeah, just west part of town, kind of? Yeah, that would help me out a ton. Cool. Bag in the back seat, or?
I'm the front seat.
No, the...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Back seat.
Oh yeah, sorry. Now I'm documenting the process of hitchhiking. I forgot to ask you. Are you okay with having a camera in your car? It doesn't have to be on you, but I do have a camera on me. Doesn't matter. Alright.
So what brought you to North Dakota?
Well, I'm from Canada, and I started this part of the trip in St. John's, Newfoundland, which is as far east as you can be in Canada.
Okay.
And now I've got a convention to go do in San Jose called TwitchCon, which is where I broadcast my stuff too. So that's why I'm headed that way.
Interesting. It's funny because actually, I left Washington left North Dakota when I was 9, and I lived out in Washington until I was 17.
Oh, you did? Which part?
I was in the Seattle area.
Seattle, okay.
Yeah.
I'm from British Columbia, just north of there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Vancouver Island.
Yeah.
Did you ever head up to Canada when you lived around Seattle?
I went to Whistler, and that was about
Whistler? Yeah, okay. In the summer or winter?
I was up there in the winter.
Yeah, you went snowboarding, skiing?
Well, I was actually pretty young when I was up there.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't really do a lot of it.
Yeah.
But one thing I do remember is it started snowing when I was in the pool.
Started snowing when you're in the pool?
Yeah.
Nice.
That was kind of interesting. Never ever experienced that until that day, so.
Yeah. So where are you headed to work right now, or?
I actually going to pay my paycheck.
Oh, okay.
So.
So you're taking me. Where's the truck stop? Like, is it?
The truck stop is just on the other side of Mandan, which
Okay.
is. How do I explain it? It's the last exit before you start heading out of Bismarck towards Dickinson.
Okay. That would help me out a ton. Because yeah, where I was this morning, it's where I got dropped off last night.
Oh, really?
It's the easternmost exit. I'm like, yeah, this isn't the best spot. We'll just hope for someone like this to get me to the other side of town.
I kind of saw that you were pretty young and you had a pretty new backpack. So I was like, the kid probably just got stranded or something like that.
But no, I've.
I understand it. There's I was seeing this chick down in Glenolin or Elgin area, and her and I got into it one night. She told me that you can stay for a few days till I can afford to take you back, or you can start walking. Well, I wasn't planning on staying down there, so I started walking. It's like 120, 149 miles. I don't remember exactly how far it is from Mandan.
Yeah.
But yeah, I managed to hitchhike. I got picked up by 3 different people, and finally my last leg, which I was probably about 60 miles out of Mandan. One guy that I talked to before told me he'd pick me up. He saw me again. He actually did. He stopped and picked me up.
Oh yeah.
Which is actually pretty cool.
How long did it take you to make? Would you say 100 miles?
It's 100. I think it's 110 miles from Elgin to Mandan.
Okay.
And I probably walked, I want to say at least 60 miles of that trip.
Yeah.
Yeah. In one
Wow.
day.
In one day.
Yeah, it was all in one day,
Yeah.
which was really surprising.
Well, yeah, it's a lot to do in one day.
I was lucky to hit a construction zone where people were stopped, though. So I just
Oh,
had to
yeah,
walk up and
okay.
knock on windows and be like, hey, how far can you give me a ride?
I guess yeah, that would help.
Yeah.
Because yeah, like there's 2 strategies for people along hitchhiking. There's you might as well walk because you might as well make up the distance. I'm going thousands of miles, so my strategy is like if I walk, you're only going like 5 miles an hour.
Right.
And if you get picked up in a couple minutes faster than you would if you were walking, then you'll make up that time almost instantly. And
Right.
I try to get to a spot where it's easiest as possible for someone to pull over for me. So I try to find somewhere with a long line of sight so they have the time to make a decision on whether or not they're gonna pick you up, a wide shoulder so they can pull over, and ideally slow traffic so they're not driving, 70 miles an hour and have to pull over going that fast.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the speed limit between Glenolin or Elgin Glenolin area and Mandan is 65. So
Okay.
yeah, that was interesting.
That going 100 miles in a day?
Yeah,
Yeah.
or just the fact that someone was willing to do it, just to pick you up. I mean, I watched people sit on the side of the roads here for days on end.
Really?
Oh yeah, Bill.
Yeah?
Everyone says that people in Bismarck are very hospitable.
Yeah.
If you walk up. Just make up something.
What's the scam?
A lot of people are sitting up on the edge. It's kind of like you, except for they're sitting on the off ramps.
Okay. about 2 hours, and like people will watch my thing, they'll be like, "How can you like it sounds miserable?" And I'm just like, I like that it's not easy all the time. I like that it takes time sometimes. You know, you gotta fight for it a little bit mentally. It's patience. I didn't realize. You didn't get enough sleep on purpose, like you were doing something?
It wasn't. My girlfriend's mom used to make the band.
Yeah.
And I moved into a buddy of mine yesterday, and that's the first night sleeping out. My girlfriend and I were together for 11 months, and never spent the night indoors. Unless she went down here in Delaware. So, being forced apart is hard enough for us now.
Yeah.
Especially when we have a big child now.
Big child? Yeah.
Yeah, he was just born on,
Congratulations.
Thanks.
How's it having a kid so far?
I love it.
Yeah.
You know, I was expecting, like most people have a lot of problems having a newborn like that. He's ornery, but he's not a little prick. I've met some newborns where they're just hell.
Yeah.
And he's an angel as far as I've seen from children.
You have lucked out.
Yeah, I don't know how I managed it.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do to, like, sometimes they're a little, like, just crying all the time, making a big fuss. Other ones are perfect. And it's just flip the die, or point flip, whether that's going to happen or not.
Right. And there's a truck stop up there.
Oh, nice.
This one here is the easiest. Probably get picked up from talk to truckers and talk to someone with a small trailer that's heading for Dickinson.
Dickinson?
Yep, Dickinson, you want your next stop.
Okay. How far is that?
It's about an hour and a half.
Okay.
An hour and a half drive.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Of course.
Yeah, I'd go to Dickinson, and then I would go from Dickinson. I'd probably go to, if you could manage to get there, I would go to
Baker. Is that near Montana at that point?
That's in Montana.
That's in Montana, okay.
Baker is probably your best choice here from there.
Okay.
And people in Montana are a lot more hospitable than you are.
Yeah, you think so?
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah. Because I hitchhiked through North Dakota once. Just Fargo, then straight south to South Dakota. And I don't remember where that interstate is. And it went pretty quick. But this is my first time going out of Billings and going this way down 94. So
Yeah.
we will find out.
I just don't. You have winter gear?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, I can camp out too. I'll be safe down to, well, sorry, yeah, I'm Canadian, so I think in Celsius, but minus 20 Celsius. I don't know what that's gonna be in Fahrenheit. Close to 0 Fahrenheit.
45.
45 Fahrenheit would be like,
Negative 45 too.
oh, I don't know, something Fahrenheit. Anyway, very cold weather that we shouldn't be getting quite yet.
I hope not, but the Montana's actually been getting really cold lately, so
Yeah.
they already have snow.
Yeah, actually, on this trip, I was in Edmonton, Canada, and we got some snow, and I was in, where was I? Michigan, and we got some snow as well, in the Upper Peninsula. Sweet.
Yeah, this is Mandan Truck Stop.
Well, I appreciate you going out of your way,
No big deal.
getting me to a much better spot. Helps me out a ton.
Yeah, no
Oh,
problem.
and if you do want to see what I do, why I have the camera and stuff like that, I have a little card here. That's where you can find my stuff, if you're so inclined.
Okay.
Have you heard of Twitch TV before?
Yes, a little bit. So
Yeah, most people stream video games there. I stream hitchhiking.
cool.
It's a little bit different. Zach?
I hope you make it there safely.
I hope so too. All right. All right, let's see. Sorry, what's your name?
Bryce,
Bryce? Trevor.
nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
Take it easy.
I will. She purrs. Car sounds nice. Everyone's speculative that was a stream sniper. If that's a stream sniper, that is a good actor, a good role player. Knew he would speed off. That's not even him accelerating too much. His car's just loud. But like, I couldn't act that well if I didn't know anything about the stream. You guys can think what you want though. That's whole ride doesn't even know my name. Yeah, sometimes we forget to do the whole exchange names thing, and then I don't even think about it till the end. Or sometimes I even forget to ask at the end. People thought he was a sniper? Yeah, I saw in chat. Everyone's like, I'm getting the sniper vibes. Oh, look at that. That's neat. That is something interesting. I gotta get a few of those to generate power for the stream. Gonna be less traffic there than the west exit. Yeah, but everyone's gonna be going somewhere because there's nothing past here. I was only suspicious because he seemed to know you're from the Vancouver before you told him. Wait, what did you say that led you to believe he knew I was from the Vancouver area? I said I was headed to Washington, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm from, or I used to live in Washington. I'm like, where in Washington? Seattle area. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm from Vancouver, or Vancouver Island. That's a big wind turbine blade. Gonna make it to where you need to in time? I think so. Let's just drink a little water and then we'll continue on with our lives. Water's nice and cold. Because it was cold last night and it's still cold. Like, the water's cold, that is. Water. It's good stuff. Alright, let's do it. On the road again. Gotta go 3.625 hours a day. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Yeah, like here, it might actually be better to talk to people and network around. I just prefer to do the straight thumb. Because I prefer to not put people on the spot as much. I'm not saying if someone hitchhikes the way and they ask people that they're doing it wrong. It's just how I prefer to hitchhike. Giving people, like, it's their call, really. I'm not putting them on the spot. You're driving past me, I have a sign saying where I'm going. If you want to take me, you can take me. If not, that's okay. Another one. Apparently it's Transport Wind Turbine Blades Day here in North Dakota. Those are huge! Huge things. It's scary to drive those. That's just long. How many feet are those? What liters is my pack? 60. $60 liters. $200 feet. A normal truck trailer is 52 or 53 feet. It's like 4 times as long. Used to build those? They're cool looking. Like so much bigger when they're attached to a truck than just on when they're spinning on a like way off in the field there. I believe the guy that walked 60 miles a month. I feel like 60 miles might have been a bit of an exaggeration. I don't think like 60 miles, that's 100 kilometers a day. Actually, that's physically impossible. You cannot walk 100 kilometers in a day. Probably felt like 60 miles, but you can't walk 60 miles in a day, I don't think. Maybe if you're an ultra marathon runner, you could do 60 miles in a day, but then you're running the whole time. Am I wearing a Fitbit or some kind of step tracker? No, but I feel like I should. It'd be very interesting things, and we could have like an overlay. It could like constantly update, and you could just see my steps coming up as I go. That'd be fun. Man, there's so many improvements we could make to this. One day we'll have a nice complete stream. Our biggest recent update was the ride time counter. That was a big one. Extension? There's an extension? Alright, we're working on it. Stream goals. Improvements. We'll get there. Walk 21 miles in 6 hours. 6 miles in 24 hours is possible. Like most like people that bike tour do like 100 kilometers in a day, 60 miles. I've never heard of like maybe it's physically possible. Like, but I don't know anyone that's ever done that. That's just insane. Like a really big day for a thru hiker is like 30 miles. Like that's a long day. The record is 300 kilometers for what? And like an ultra marathon runner? How clever, so use your best to bring the TwitchCon if he remembers. I forgot about those. So, this is North Dakota. I'm allowed to be on this interstate. So I could walk down the ramp and capture traffic on both the interstate and the ramp. I'll have to make a judgment call. $24-hour marathon. Sure they said 60? Yeah, he said it was 100 mile and he thinks he walked 60 miles of it. Let's see. Do a little analysis from this overpass here. So, here's kind of what traffic's gonna see. People driving along there, pretty wide shoulder. Now I'd probably go at the tail end. Of the merge on-ramp, where it then widens back up to a shoulder. So I have a bit more of a buffer between me and the traffic going fast. If I do go onto the highway, that's probably where I'll head. But I'll have to make a judgment call. Like, the on-ramp will have traffic, it just won't be very much traffic. It's one of the few states where I can do that, actually. Most states I would not be allowed to do that. The Dakotas, you're allowed. You can pretty much walk anywhere. Fit adult easy 60. No matter what, walking 60 miles a day is not easy. It's not an easy feat. Doable, not easy. Miles, 96 kilometers, 10 hours of walking? You can walk 10 kilometers an hour? For 10 hours? That is some fast walking. Where are you walking to right now? This on-ramp. This on-ramp. And then I think this on-ramp, or this arm's gonna be slow, so I'll just walk out onto the highway. What did you do that you usually can't do? Walk out onto the interstate. Usually they're closed. There'd be a sign like right about here. It's like, oh, pedestrians. But here in Dakotas, pedestrians can go wherever they want to. There's nothing around. 10 kilometers an hour without rest is insane. Also, that's more like like the average person does not walk 10 kilometers an hour. That is an obscene pace. No way you can keep that up. Well, unless you're like, again, ultra marathon type thing. West sign will be easier to see at speed. The west sign's really small. And I think they'll see the shield, and they'll recognize the shield. And they'll be like, wow, that's neat. That's a beautiful sign. Can't see that white sun, can't, up, what, Is it warm there today? It is actually warm there today. It's very warm today. I got used to the cold. Ever had to walk down my phone? One of my phones just automatically kept track, so I've never like really managed it. Got used to the cold shoulders? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Now, line of sight here is amazing. Things are very flat here, but we're actually going up a hill, which, you know, people tend to like speed up to get momentum for the hill. So, like, that's not ideal. It's not going to hold me back too much. It'll work. Is that an interstate? Yeah. Beard or no beard, next person? I'm going with no beard. Is it cold in the US right now? Here, it's quite warm, actually. No beard, it's gonna be a lady. Are you saying a lady can't have a beard? What's on the sign? That's on the side. The Vegas is cold. It's freaking warm here. I need to shed a layer actually. Once I stop walking, I'll cool down a little bit because there's still a breeze. But it's not even a cold breeze. The breeze just feels nice actually. I definitely wouldn't call this cold. What was it, mid-60s Fahrenheit? Here in Vegas it was cold and in the 60s? Yeah, there you go. 60s in Vegas, I guess it's cold. Yeah, they're getting like a little heat wave here. Just 2 days ago it was like right around freezing, which is fine because I have equipment for that. This is a big change of pace. I would camp there when there are no trees. Well, there's still barely anyone here. So you just go to some field somewhere. And no one would care because there's no one here. Also, there's some trees over there. You don't need trees, you just need some kind of foliage to conceal yourself. Like, my tent's pretty discreet. Why are there states that ban hitchhiking? You're gonna have to ask lawmakers in those states. Couldn't tell you. Alright, we're almost up to where I'll be posting up. right about here. So the merge lane is just about to end. And it widens back up there, but the lanes of traffic are still a decent ways away. I'm gonna pull out my backup phone because I want to be standing up the whole time so people can see me from a far ways away. Street sign. I should be able to make out the shape of the 94. The nice thing about the Dakotas is they can see me from about a mile away. So, that's the bonus. Dick brake. Sent off the whisper. Wait, which whisper? What's the whisper? Luckily the sun's at a good spot right now. If it was behind me, the sign would be useless. I think we're just enough time to make out the field sign. How far are you heading on the 94? Until it turns into the 90, and then I'm heading on the 90 until, well, we get to Washington State. That had some wind disturbance behind it. Okay, car stop. Car stop. Way back there. Reversing. Let's go, boys. Oh yeah. Running. Always gotta run when you go on the interstates, because they always stop a couple hundred meters behind you because they're going fast. Truck, pickup truck. Will they have a beard? What type of plates do we got? Hey, how's it going?
Oh, dude.
Where are you guys headed to? Belfield. How far is that? Hour and a half. That helps me out. Now I'm documenting the process of hitchhiking, so I have a camera. It doesn't have to be on you guys.
It's fine. It's totally
fine?
cool.
Cool?
Yeah.
Sweet. Bag in the back here? Alright. Alright, let's do this.
We're gonna move some shotguns just so. Don't freak out. We're moving guns.
That's okay. You guys headed hunting right now?
Yeah, we're heading out to
What's in season right now?
No, that one's just gonna go right there. That's fine. That gun's good there. Your bag. You want your bag in the back? Yeah.
It doesn't matter anywhere.
Back, that is cool.
Back here?
Yeah. Slide it in the back on top still.
Oh,
Good, man.
you give me a shotgun? Yeah. You don't have to do that. Well, thank you.
Unless you're going north out of Belfield for a while.
No, I'm going to Washington State, then south to California. So,
Cool. Where are you from?
west coast of Canada, near Vancouver.
Right on. Canada, man. It's been legal for like 2 days.
What, weed?
For like 48 hours.
Yeah, that's the talk of the town.
Talk of everywhere.
I guess, yeah.
It's the promised land.
What is it in North Dakota here? Pretty controlled.
This is a pretty red state, my friend.
Yeah.
It is. Well, it's actually coming up for legalization of recreational marijuana is on the ballot in a couple weeks.
What was it?
I think. I don't know. It's really hard. It's hard to say what direction it'll go. I mean, it's always been pretty red, but I think that people realize that if there's a way to make money off of it,
Yeah. Usually it goes into education too, so it's
that's the route that they'll take.
That's the only justifications the Republicans can have for anything, as long as
Actually,
they're
there's a
making money.
debate at 3 o'clock on the radio. There'll be a debate between.
Today?
Yeah.
On Prairie Public, they'll be debating about obviously protagonist and opposition.
Have they already done like some polls on it? Does it look like it's pretty close?
I think it's fairly close.
Yeah. Interesting.
It'll depend on the turnout, I suppose.
Yeah.
Whether people are, and it might get enough young people like.
Because young people don't vote as much. Yeah.
Fired up to.
Traditionally, young people don't vote as much. But maybe
What do
they will
say?
on this topic.
People are more willing to vote for something than against something, or they're more willing to get the voter turnout to come out for something
That they want rather than
something that they're against.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Kevin, I thought of something on the drive out here today.
Yes.
If liberals are snowflakes, then Republicans are swans. There's big, fat, white. They make a lot of noise. I shot some swans and I thought of that.
Yeah. So, what's in season right now for hunting?
Pheasants,
Yeah.
sharp-tailed grouse, Hungarian partridge, ducks, geese, swans, deer, archery deer.
Only archery deer?
Yep.
Yeah.
The rifle season hasn't opened yet.
Okay.
Big game, elk.
Elk's open right now.
Do you get any moose here in North Dakota?
There's a handful of tags they give out. I think it's like a dozen tags.
Okay.
Way up in the northwestern corner.
Yeah.
Like,
For what?
for moose.
Oh, yeah, man. There's some.
And then way up.
It's the weirdest thing. Occasionally, I've been driving and there'll be a moose out in the middle of a wheat stubble field. It's just bizarre because you don't know where.
But they don't give up many. Go moose hunting because moose season just opened up there. So
One of my doctors is from there, and she swears, she's like, if you want to go shoot a moose there, she's like, that's where you
there's
gotta
a
go.
ton of moose. They're all over the place.
So it's crazy.
And I've heard that like in certain areas, you have pretty much 100% chance to get a tag because it's just
Yeah,
overpopulated.
it's just they're like deer.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pests, and people just hit them with their cars. Like, all over the roads, there's signs being like, this many people have died from hitting a moose this year.
For a second there, I thought that car was pulling. No, the pheasant population. So we've been doing this trip. So I'm from Minnesota. I'm from St. Paul.
Yeah.
Kevin, my little brother, he's from Bismarck.
Yeah.
And we've been coming out. Our grandpa and grandma own a big ranch in southwestern North Dakota. And I've been coming out every year for the last almost 20 years to do this pheasant hunt. We do it every year. And my college roommate and good friend, they've got a ranch at Belfield. And we started going there just because it's just it's a little more secluded. We just have our own space to do our own thing.
Yeah.
My grandparents' ranch is so big that it attracts a lot of people and a lot of hunters. And it's like 20,000 acres, and it's just like every time they can hear he's there. So we kind of we give those guys their space, and we're kind of the distant relatives. So this other farm's kind of fun. So we do this thing every single year. We come out. It's just me and Kevin this year. Usually our other brother, our other two brothers were with us, but our oldest brother passed away a couple years ago. Suddenly from brain injuries, and our other brother moved to he used to live in Bismarck as well, and he moved to North Carolina. So we're this has always been it's a long time pilgrimage, and we make
Every single year. Yeah.
It's the best time of the year to be in Western North Dakota. It's beautiful. It's remote.
Yeah.
It's lost on some people, but not on us.
No, it's neat for me to be out places like this because, I don't know, we don't really have this in Canada too much. We've got our prairies, but this is a little bit different. From there.
Have you been to Western North Dakota before? Or
No, most North Dakota I've been before was I went to Fargo, then down south to South Dakota, then across South Dakota west last time. So this is the first time I've done this part of the highway here.
Oh, when you get to Belfield, the Painted Canyons and the Badlands there are just beautiful. It's totally different Badlands than the South Dakota. So yeah, it's really rad. It's something that not a lot of people even from Minnesota have been to see. And I tell people I'm going, and they're like, where are you? I'm like, I'm going to Belfield, North Dakota. And they're like, the oil industry has significantly changed things, especially in the last probably. And we've watched it because I've been going out here for 20 years doing this trip. And obviously, I'm not that old of a guy, but I've seen it like change.
This whoa, whoa. And then when you're out in the Badlands, when you expect it, it's so weird because in the Badlands, like the roads are just a spider web out there. And you can be, you'll be 500 yards away from a oil derrick, that's working, that's going up and down, and you can hear that thing, or generators going, and it's really kind of, there was a point where you kind of felt like you were truly removed from civilization when you're in the Badlands, especially. It's completely changed. It's amazing. If you look at a aerial map of the national grasslands, it's just covered in oil pumps. And you can do a pretty good job of finding camping areas where you're not within sight, but you can almost hear them all over.
One thing that's kind of interesting is when they burn off the natural gas, which is one concept to me of waste that I just don't fully understand. And obviously, I just don't understand the economics of it. But you can see the flames that they're burning off on the pipelines. You can see those flames. They're like a mercury vapor light, and then it can be a mile away. It's burned so bright. It's different.
Well, that's because there's no other artificial light out there too.
Yeah.
So it's really dark.
Yeah, usually at night it's dark. Yeah. You just have stars, and it's really different.
Is that the main oil producing region in North Dakota, the Badlands area?
Yeah, that's
it's on the fringe, really. North, you go north, it's a much heavier pocket.
Okay.
It's called the Bakken Range.
Yeah. In Canada, our oil producing place is Alberta.
Yeah. That's mostly like
we got a lot of
shale,
oils.
like shale oil. You know, like it's in the rock. You have to expel it, you express it out.
Here? Or-
Up there.
And then we got oil sands.
The
But
oil sands, yeah, oil sands is it's
Yeah.
sands that are here they frack just like they do pretty much everywhere else.
Well, this ranch actually that we're going to, so they run cattle out in the Badlands, and basically to access it, they've got a handful of dirt bikes, and those dirt bikes, they look like we hooked it up back in Bismarck and drug them all the way out there. They are just throttled, man. These things are just ravaged. But last winter, no, it was 2 winters ago, the old man of this ranch, he was out just checking cattle. It was kind of, I think it was early winter, so the cattle were still out grazing. And he was driving out there, and there had been an oil leak that went into, Eric, do you remember what it's called? Ash Creek?
Yeah, it's just south of the fucking
Yeah, it's like
ranch.
literally like
Yes.
a mile south of this.
Yeah,
the ranch we're going
that's
to.
that creek that
And it had
feeds
just
the
been
south of-
dumping.
the
It
south
had just
of
been
Alex.
hemorrhaging oil, basically from a leak.
What did
and
they say? 50,000 barrels or something?
I can't remember the number. I'm not going to even speculate. But the point is, had this guy not been out there checking it, you know, they had no test. They had no way of checking it because it was not a newer system.
Jerry was the one that found that? You were shitting me. I didn't know he was the one that found it.
And they run their cattle through there. So now, well, I mean, for whatever it's worth. I mean, I don't know what they do for cleanup. But it's crazy too, though. I was
shop silica.
Well, then I was like really curious about kind of who this company is that does not have, you know, that are not able to check and see if there's even a leak, you know, because obviously pressure must drop. And the company it's crazy, man. This company's out of Wyoming, and they basically would do all the way from like cradle to grave of the oil industry, from acquisition of mineral rights, you know, that end of it, to the actual pumping, to all the way through environmental cleanup. You know, it's one company, that parent company, that does all these branches.
Yeah.
And so then they can basically, they're like, who watches the Watchmen? They're kind of checking themselves all the way along the line, and they can sell at every point. It's pretty crazy.
But it's a cyclical industry. Like Alberta, I was living there for a year, and they went through a big oil downturn. Went down to like $25 a barrel. No one was making money. At least in North America, they weren't. Maybe they were in the Middle East and Russia, but not here. Their cost to get a barrel out is more than $25 a barrel. So everyone was losing their jobs, and then oil price picks back up, and everything's booming again. It's a boom and bust industry. If that's your one industry in that area, it's this wild roller coaster of things are great, then everything has gone to crap.
I think the issue that I have is that, I mean, we're basically completely dependent on agriculture and energy. Those are our two big economic drivers. Well, when you kind of when you're trying to get the oil out as fast as you can and with a reckless abandon, that has long-term effects on the agriculture of the place as well. I mean, you can't have one without the other. And
resources are drawn, and I mean, like human capital, like all that energy goes into energy production, and all that capital gets drawn away from agriculture, and they have to rob Peter to pay Paul. It's like the infrastructure is not set up for it, and it's like they're sitting on this huge amount of oil. The bottom range are sitting on it. And it's like they got to go get it right now. Like they don't just sit on it for a while and think methodically. They don't sit and think about how they're going to extract this and what is our investment strategy for the next 100 years, and how do we do this ecologically friendly, and how do we do this so that the infrastructure is set up so that they don't go through those cycles, so that they're not just riding this huge roller coaster, so they have things. And again, I understand the industry loosely, because one of my good friends is a pretty influential lobbyist out here, and so he gets me insight on it, but it's still again, it's people that have, like, our family ties are here, and, you know, I guess we're not here enough to fully, like, give a good comment on it, but you know, it's changed it significantly. I guess there's always going to be change. There's always something to bitch about.
That's very true. There's always something to bitch about. Yeah. But I feel like the problems that North Dakota faces similar to the problems Alberta faces. It's agriculture and oil. Those are the industries, same as here. And when you're experiencing problems here, we're experiencing problems there. It's the same thing.
So when did you start your journey then?
I've been going for just over a month. I actually started this whole trip near where I'm from, on Vancouver Island, west coast of British Columbia. Then I hitchhiked across Canada to St. John's, Newfoundland. And now I'm going back to San Jose for a convention, TwitchCon, which is where I put this video onto. A website called Twitch TV. So I got to be in San Jose by October 26th for that. So I've got 9 days, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's been about a month.
Is it pretty easy to get picked? I mean, you get picked up pretty easily.
For the most part, like this morning, I was at the most eastern ramp in Bismarck, headed west, which is probably the worst ramp to be on. I prefer to be on like on ramps rather than the interstate itself, because then people aren't going 70 miles an hour. But like where I was there, the on ramp was slow enough that I'm like, I'm just going to be on the highway, because I can in North Dakota. Most states you can't be on the interstate anyway.
Yeah.
But in North Dakota, you can be a pedestrian wherever you want to be. They don't care. So it's a bit different there. But it took me 2 hours to find a ride this morning. My average wait time's in the 20 to 30 minute range, and 1,000 plus rides in 25 countries. I usually get around pretty quick, but this morning, that first ride, because of where I was, like the east ramp heading west, no vowels. KRK. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of just tiny little islands there. This was just one of those. And I was thinking about hopping islands on my way south and going to Dubrovnik, and then going from there, maybe taking a ferry from Dubrovnik to...
Dubrovnik's baller.
I've heard it's awesome. I didn't go down there though. And then I think there's a ferry from there to Italy.
Yeah.
Go across the Adriatic, and I was thinking about taking that and then up Italy, but I didn't do that. The guy that drove me down there just happened to be driving back up to Munich, Germany, to pick up a boat or something like that. So I had to ride all the way back up to Munich. So I'm like, okay, we'll go back.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I spent 4 months in Europe, and then 3 and a bit weeks going across Russia. A couple weeks in Japan, going from Fukuoka to Tokyo. I really like Japan.
Really?
Yeah. And it's some of the fastest hitchhiking I've ever done, because they were extremely curious, I think would be my explanation. Like once I got onto the highway, you'd go to like service stations on the side of the toll highway, and like it was within 10 cars driving past you usually get a ride, and everyone that didn't pick you up, they drove by really slow and gave you like the stare down. They're like, what are you doing here? Why are you here?
Give us a reason why. Just doing this for fun?
Yeah, I started hitchhiking because I hated the Greyhound bus. Discovered I actually liked the process.
Yeah.
I like the people I meet. I like the unknown nature of every day when you're hitchhiking. It turns getting from A to B into its own adventure rather than just like getting there. And then like that was just around my own home province for a bit. And I'm like, let's see how far we can take it. Started hitchhiking east until there was no more east in Canada, St. John's. Went back home and then planned a around the world trip. So planned a flight from St. John's, Newfoundland to Dublin, Ireland. Was going to go around Europe, and I'm like, let's see how far we can take it. I'll buy a flight home from Tokyo, Japan 6 months later, and see if I can get from Europe to Tokyo, Japan just by hitchhiking, except for bodies of water, except for oceans. So we did that in 2015, and now this is actually my job, so I get to hitchhike around and make enough to sustain a hitchhiker.
Cool.
Well, that's said, transportation's free. I sleep in a tent, so accommodation's free. So your expenses are pretty low to begin with.
It was a good break. Kevin and I we'll be in the car together for the next 2 days, just driving around. The bird numbers, they sustained a really bad drought out here last summer. It was awful. It was absolutely awful. It looked like Afghanistan. It was all just really like that, like dust, like everywhere. The fields were just dust. It was the worst drought that's western North Dakota been seen in a long time. So the bird numbers really got pummeled. I mean, the birds were bad and awful. These guys are hunters here.
How can you tell?
They've got a duck center wood stack on the back.
Okay.
Camouflage with seat covers. A couple guys smoking cigars.
Okay, that'll do it.
Trump sticker. And that's Suburban with Minnesota plates on it.
Okay. There's several things that gave it away.
Yeah.
See, those aren't things I'm looking for, but now I'm going to be looking for it.
Yeah. You'll see a lot of guys because the main migration's coming through right now. The main duck migration's coming through right now. So a lot of guys, especially from like Minnesota and Iowa, come to mainly the eastern Dakotas. Like the flyway kind of gets pushed because of the river. There's not a lot of the pothole region. There's not a lot of surface water out this way as much.
Yep.
So the flyway is a little bit farther to our east, another 150 miles or so. That's the center of the main flyway. You'll still get some birds in here, but this gets to be kind of butte country like this. It starts to get like these high, flat top buttes that it's great habitat for a lot of the native, like the remaining native birds. The sharp-tailed grouse and the Hungarian partridge kind of have clinged on pretty well because there's still a lot of open prairie ground, like those butte tops up there. It's all like sharp-tailed grouse country up there.
Okay.
And pheasants have been introduced, obviously.
So, how do you when you shoot a pheasant and clean and stuff like that? How do you cook it?
There's a variety of ways. I mean, you can
what do you like?
I'll typically.
Because I've never had it before. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, you can make it kind of just like chicken. I think the one thing to understand is it's very low in fat, so you have to be. It's not very forgiving. It's a delicious game animal, but it's not forgiving in terms of if you overcook it, it's not very good.
Really dry.
Sometimes braising them is probably best. If you can pan sear them really quick, and then braise them in like a stock, like a vegetable stock.
Okay.
That's pretty good. Otherwise, just I like to pound them flat and almost do like a parmesan, like pheasant parmesan. Just take a frying pan and just smash like the breast pretty flat, and then coat them with parmesan breadcrumbs. It's pretty good. Otherwise, we'll do like risottos with them. You take the hard liver out of them, and then chop those up fine, brown them, and then brown them with onions and stuff, and then you put your risotto and your vegetable stock in, and add your cube chunks of your pheasant meat. That's pretty good.
Okay. It's good. Yeah, I'd like to try it sometime.
That's delicious.
It's a nice landscape.
Yeah, it'll get more and more like this.
Yeah. No, Kev, I've been remiss to talk to Mom about the farm just because I don't want to, I don't know, obviously with her exit strategy, I don't know what she's thinking, but
I think the exit strategy is to fix up the home place as much as possible over the next couple of years, and then sell that because you cannot rent out those home places without them just being destroyed by a renter. Right. And then maintain the land to rent out the tillable acreage, sell the home place. But to do that, start to take out fences, start to take, I don't know, but we've already started that process. Right. Planting CRP. The kicker is that when all is said and done, there's only a couple of major outbuildings that you can salvage. All the rest are kind of smoked. Yeah. What do you do with those old stave silos? Other than demoing them and trying to
take them down and turn them into gravel and make roads, and that's what I've seen guys do is they just pulverize them and then they use them for their driveways. They use them for the.
Could you
east silo is
It's not going to do anything though, because the concrete is still, I mean, it's pushing on each other on the edges of each stave. The stave is not curved. They're rectangular.
from my understanding, I don't think that they're engineered correctly.
I think the problem with the stave silos that we have is that the rotten feet at the bottom of them is
That's a liability.
degraded.
Yeah, that's a big time liability.
Degraded the base of them.
Yeah.
What type of industry you guys work in? I'm just listening to the conversation about like the viability of using silos as cellular towers, and I'm like, this is an interesting conversation to come up out of nowhere.
Kevin's an architect.
I'm an
Okay.
architect and Eric's a veterinarian.
Okay.
And we have another brother who is a landscape architect, and we have a sister who is a fitness instructor.
Yeah.
She's kind of worked in sales quite a bit. I don't know. She's
Sales banking, and now
sales. Yep.
now she's a fitness specialist. Crazy workoutaholic.
Workoutaholic. I guess that's good.
You cut the tape right on that one.
You did. He'll edit that.
I'm gonna edit that out. Yeah, so we kind of come from pretty diverse. We come from the same background, but very diverse career paths.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Anyway, so our home place, our mom still has a home farm, and it's a big question of she's at that age of she can basically start to really consider retirement the next year or two. But when you're a farmer, she's no longer a farmer. She hasn't. All the land has been rented for years now. But I think that the point is, she has land, but no other assets. So if you were truly ready to retire, then you have to start selling the land. And it's a plight that I think is really facing most of the farm industry. So now you come to, if you're going to if you start to sell the farm, what is the legacy of that? That you've tried to build up.
Kevin, do you have a sunglass cloth? For some stupid reason, mine's not in my. I gotta clean my binoculars.
No, but I have binoculars in the back of the trunk that has a cloth back there.
Okay, that'll
helpful, huh?
Not right now, but looking down the binoculars over here on the interstate.
So where are you heading to? Your San Jose? Is it?
Yeah, San Jose, California, but I'm avoiding going through Nevada and Idaho because they're illegal for hitchhiking. I'll still be going through Idaho, just the northern tip, and I'll get a ride straight from Montana through to Washington. You can hitchhike through there; you won't have too much problems. But because I make like a live video stream of hitchhiking, I can't really videotape myself doing something that's objectively illegal.
Right.
So that's why I'm taking a northern route and then zipping down that way. So straight west on the 94 to the 90.
You gotta hang out in Missoula for a little bit. Go to the Mo Club. Get yourself
if you
a
get there,
$1 burger and a beer.
$1 burger and a beer in Missoula.
The Missoula Club. It's maybe not that much. There's just like $2, but they have this. It's this little old towny bar that's right in the downtown Missoula.
Yeah.
And it's that town is like hipster nation. Like I couldn't believe it. Oh my god, man! I was there. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Uptown Minneapolis? Like,
I always thought it was a bit more. I always thought that Bozeman was.
No, man, it's way more. It's way more progressive and way more like than Bozeman. And I've spent a lot of time in Bozeman, and I couldn't believe it when I was there the last time.
Well, if you get to Pullman, Washington by Saturday morning, you go to game day. College game day is going to be in Pullman.
They are.
Yeah, dude. I don't think they've ever been to Washington State. That's like the big joke. There's always one guy who's got a Washington State flag in every college game day, every show, and they've never gone there until now. I think they're just going to hand the mic to Mike Leach for 3 hours, and he's just going to ramble.
That's it.
I love that guy.
We enjoy our college football. I like it.
Yeah. That's a big difference between Canada and the United States. Your college sports are like a huge thing here. In Canada, like we have college sports, but they're kind of like, all right,
Whatever,
like you got your college team. Do do your thing, but it's not a big fan following.
You play college football, good for you. That kind of should be the way that it is, but we're just punch drunk on.
It seems really fun, like the whole college sports atmosphere in the United States. It's like this huge, giant thing, these huge stadiums, and everyone goes to the games, and it's this big party. It's just strange to look at from the outside.
It's really fun. Like one of my doctors is from Canada, and she doesn't kind of get it either. I'm like, dude, you should come to the Gopher game this weekend. She's like, what? I'm like, yeah, we're gonna start tailgating at like 10 in the morning. So what time's the game? Like 7.
Just a silly question, but does like the collegiate level hockey in Canada get pretty wild? Like,
not that I'd like.
Because I would assume that obviously, hockey being the number one sport in Canada.
I just can't think of any like crazy university like sports teams that have a really dedicated following that's widely the thing that happens. It's not until you get to NHL and like WHL, AHL stuff that like you'll have a dedicated following to them where they're like amateur, professional, after college kind of sports. I could be lying.
It gives everybody a sense of like everybody has their own little team that they can cheer for. It's like a local thing. Like it's just our local, or if you're an alumni, The games are very different than pro games. Like I go to the Gopher games or the University of Minnesota games only because there's
the tradition, the history, and the pomp and circumstance.
Right.
And the live
There's a marching band. There's a marching band. The NFL has some serious competition in the last 5 to 10 years because the quality of the game has gone up at the collegiate level, and the NFL is good, but you got all these players that are elite, and there's not a marching band, there's not a student section.
The problem is that like several players can tank an organization because you spend all your money on them at the pro level, right? I mean, you've got a handful of players that are phenomenal athletes. Don't get me wrong, but you're paying them so much that it's hard to offset the rest of your salary. Yeah. And then whereas college, it's like, dude, every couple of years we just get fresh faces coming in.
I was thinking it's so weird that these big college teams bring in so much money for the schools, and it's this huge thing, but they're not allowed to like have any kind of money coming in, any kind of like
they're not paying their players
anything at all. But they're so valuable to the school and everything like that. Like But they don't get anything except for publicity.
The kids get injured and they just, well, sorry, like there you go, you got a lifelong knee injury. Have fun with that. And we're on to the next kid that wants to, have fame and glory. Yeah, it is. It's a really weird. I think it's a totally fucked up system too. Even though I'm sitting in the gladiator ring cheering it on, it doesn't make much sense.
So, what's your team then?
The University of Minnesota, the Golden Gophers.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are bad at best. We're good. We've got our new coach. We've been mediocre at best for years. We win like 4 games a year. But it doesn't stop me from going to games and getting dressed up and going. But it's our new coach we have this year is great. He's energetic. He's young. He gets a lot of recruits. And it's a highly competitive game. It's insane. If these coaches don't win a couple games, they're immediately fired and they're on to the next one.
Oh yeah, people have no patience for underperforming.
At the end of the day, someone's got to lose, and it's the only institute like Iowa has been one program that just sticks with Iowa.
Coach Prince?
Yeah, just sticks with them year in, year out. Every couple of years, he'll put together a really good team, and then he's bought a 600.
Well, Wisconsin's had the same coach for a while now, too. And before that, what was his name? Barry Alvarez? He was in Wisconsin for probably 20 years.
Did you see the size of that ice house, Kevin?
Yeah, isn't it ridiculous that I know the head coach's name from a college football team that I've never even gone to? Like, I've never gone to a game there. I don't even cheer for any teams in the Big Ten conference. Big
Ten's like the Midwestern kind of conference, like the upper Midwestern.
Yeah.
Conference like Wisconsin, Ohio, Minnesota.
Yeah. What's Minnesota part of? Is there
Big Ten?
It is a Big Ten. Okay, it is a Big Ten. Okay.
Well, Kevin, I called Jude and he did not answer.
you guys usually pick up hitchhikers? Or you're like, oh, we got a lot of driving to do. It'll be something interesting to break up the day.
Only when we're heavily armed.
Only when we have shotguns and the guy looks somewhat normal.
Yeah.
And we usually have so much fucking gear in the truck, or we got another person.
No
we're
room,
like,
yeah.
dude, I got no room to put a hitchhiker.
Yeah, okay.
It's rare that it's just the two of us.
That's true.
It's rare that the two of us are in a car. We're like, oh shit, yeah. Kevin's like, does he have a rapey vibe? And I'm like, nope, he looks good.
Is that what you exactly said? Does he have a rapey vibe?
Yeah. I've only picked up 2 hitchhikers in my day. One when I was in college. I picked up a guy that was in Minnesota on the way to Fargo. And dude, he had a big banjo, big backpack. And he was saying that he rode on the back of a guy's motorcycle with his banjo case, like hanging. He's just flapping in the wind for, well over an hour. He just, man, he was pretty damn funny though. He was a wild man. He was giving me all the ins and outs of couch surfing and like when to go to Starbucks at what time after the hour after Starbucks to get the muffins that they throw out and coffee. And like he's got
some premium knowledge.
It was freeganism is what he called it. He was a freegan.
Sick.
Where you get free, man.
I used to pick up hitchhikers all the time in New Zealand. It was like a never ending, and they were all the same. There were always people they were people living in hostels with no cars. It was just young kids with their backpacks, and so I always picked up hitchhikers from all over the goddamn world.
Had any noteworthy experiences from picking up these hitchhikers?
One day, our ancestors were Russian Germans.
Russian Germans?
German from Russia.
Germans from Russia.
It's very specific.
They were exiled to Russia. They left Germany, and then
No, they were
not exiled, but they left Germany to Russia.
They were invited because it was Catherine the Great was originally German.
Go on.
Whoa. Let's take over this one.
Sure.
No, so she was originally German, and they had all of this land that was basically adjacent to the Ukraine. That was open. Germany was over flooded with people, and she's like, come, establish this land. So they went there. They built a lot of infrastructure, established a lot of farms, and then they basically were.
Give you land.
Yep.
Just move here. We'll give you land. Make a life here. It'll be great. You'll love it.
Yeah, no, it's
And people came there.
Sturgeon. Not too shabby. We're about, I want to say we're about 34 miles from Dickinson to the east. So, we are in tow. What's up? I was thinking, man. We're timely. Are you going to be at Grandma's? Or are you going to be up at the Orem? Or where are you going to be at? still would work. They would still work. They may do a light disc. Yeah, they may do a disc. Yeah. So some of them want to do some fall field prep before spring, so they can just come right in and boom, plant right into a seedbed or whatever. And that's sort of what they're racing the clock right now. The other thing that happens too is as it gets colder, stuff just stays wetter longer. Stuff that grain's got to be dry when it comes in, so that gets to be a little bit of a bigger problem. And obviously, you get a snowstorm, you're not going to be out harvesting corn and 18 inches of snow.
Yep.
Can be done. This is the great town of Richardson. This is where our family was. Our mom's side of the family, half the damn town is our relatives, I swear.
Really? How big of a town? Like, what's the population-ish? 600?
1,000, maybe? Not even.
I don't know.
What's the industry right there?
It's an ethanol plant.
Okay.
To put it into perspective, it's a town that's big enough that there's 2 towns to make up the school. Richardson, Taylor.
Richardton's one town, Taylor's another town, and they have one school. There is an abbey there. That's you can see the 2 towers of the church. The church right there. There's an abbey that used to be a little bit more influential. Probably not so much these days, with the direction our Catholic Church is heading.
Yeah. And this is where you guys grew up?
So my mom, our mom grew up out here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And our grandpa was the county commissioner here for 30 years. This is Stark County.
It's always kind of a weird feeling driving back through Richardson. We'd always come out here every summer for about a week.
Yeah.
And
We were kids.
so these silver bins right here on the left side
Yeah.
are our grandparents that are just closer to town, basically. That way they can unload, park it at the local co-op. But
Market stuff.
yeah, those are just the silver ones are there's adjacent to town. But no, we'd always come out here for a week every summer. You know, when you're whatever 7, 8, 9, 10, like going out to this big ranch, finding a 4-wheeler, just like kind of getting lost. You know, they've got a lot of open range country, you know, with like creeks running through it. It's, I don't know, it's definitely one of like the fond memories that I have of growing up. And so our mom would always, I don't know, our mom's pretty tough gal. She'd wake up at like 3 in the just like, you know, ride with our uncles, go see what they were doing. They were probably out in the field. Just the scale of the equipment here is just so much bigger too. You know, the farm equipment. You know, we grew up on a small dairy farm. You know, a lot of like kind of a patchwork of smaller fields. And here it's just crazy. It's full section, 640 acres by 640. I mean, that's just standard. And so, you know, like any little kid, you know, when you see the scale of like big like earth moving equipment, it's just like that in farming. You're just like kind of blown away by
So
how big everything is.
I'm calling my partner. I'm gonna tell her that 85, we probably actually have more traffic going north-south on 85. And, you know, there's more traffic right there at that, you know, there's a lot of traffic.
But you're going to keep going west, or you're going...
So you can get all kinds of gay, all types of gay innuendos. There it is.
There you go.
That's your piece of random knowledge for the day.
Your clock blocker.
The other thing that's kind of funny about this trip is I normally have my dog with me. Obviously, being a veterinarian, my dog he was pretty good. I mean, I'm sure I'll have another dog that'll be better than him, but he was a really, really, really well-trained dog, and he knew his stuff, and we were kind of a unit in the field. And this will be my first hunt without him. Like this afternoon will be my first time I'll go in the field with no dog. He's in the back. His ashes are in the back. We have to spread his ashes this afternoon.
Okay.
So that'll be kind of a surreal moment.
Yeah, for sure. I thought you were joking before about bringing the ashes. You did?
No, I totally brought the ashes back. We're going to use a lawn seed spreader to... Kevin said the Big Lebowski coffee can would do the trick.
Yeah,
Though.
Just go on this tangent about Vietnam.
The fuck was that, Walter? The fuck was that about Vietnam, man?
Face is full of ash.
Walter. Idiot, I forgot my charging cord for my phone. I'm getting lost. I don't know what time it is.
And then flown back across the Pacific and across the international date line.
Yeah, that is trippy. When I flew down to New Zealand, I was just like, what's going on?
Yeah, like
What day
you
is
fly
this?
out one evening and you get back the same day in the morning. You're like, what?
Yeah.
What just happened?
Time warp.
Yeah.
It's awesome when you fly from like Amsterdam back to like Minnesota. You're literally racing the sun, you know?
Yeah, you're
Like,
chasing it down.
Yeah, I'll beat it there actually. God, that trip to Amsterdam this last fall, Kevin, we should go back there again. God, that was fun. It was really cool. It was different than what I had expected it to be.
How long were you in Amsterdam for?
Just a little while. We were just on a stopover on our way over to Montenegro.
Yeah.
And I really enjoyed it. My partner and I, she had a really best time. It's 70 outside, Kevin. That is beautiful.
I was just getting snowed on like 2 or 3 days
There's a
ago.
crowd, man. They're all waiting for us. Pick them up. Pick them up.
No, what these guys are doing is they're dropping off probably a bunch of hunters that are going to run this draw up. Or maybe not. I thought it was
This family with a broken down car. When people pick me up and I'm like, so have you ever hitchhiked yourself before? Quite often it's maybe a long time ago, a necessity before we had the connected mobile network. You know, you break down right here and you're by yourself. What do you do?
Yeah, right. Yeah, isn't that funny? Like, people wouldn't even like. People are like so paralyzed that they don't even like. What do I even do?
Yeah.
They're just like they don't even know. They just can't move.
Well, if I ever break down somewhere when I do own a car, I'll be pretty confident in my capability to get somewhere
I think you've got some experience.
Yeah.
God, I'm just surprised the wind isn't just fucking howling today. The wind is always like in North Dakota, it's just blowing like a mother all the time. Big open, there's nothing breaking it, and there's just big southerly flows, and usually the wind is just a mother.
Hey, how's it going, Brandon?
I always laugh. I say the cattle in North Dakota aren't grazing; they're just holding on. You know, they're not eating grass; they're just holding on.
Yeah.
Well, what'd you find
I had some
out?
decent winds going through
go
like
from there.
Minnesota and stuff like that, but nothing too bad. But it was a cold wind through there. Now it's like
It's warm and dry.
yeah.
I mean, I've hunted this weekend in blizzards before.
Yeah?
Last week was ridiculous. It was a blizzard last week.
Oh,
You saw the snowbank. You saw the snow.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I saw the snow,
It's,
yeah.
it's specific for that, yeah. Okay.
So yeah, my college buddy, he's my CPA for my hospitals. So we work.
Anybody should be able to get it. And honestly, we should have
I said it's got a function for all, just kind of relax. I brought my mom and my son with me, and we left them in Bismarck.
I don't think we need
with
the
his
CH
daughter.
studs. I would just do the,
So they can hang
the
out and
horizontal
stuff.
J channels and open
He's moving to Oregon here in a couple months.
Oh yeah.
So this is one of our last draws to go out and do this. I'll keep doing it every year. I do it every year.
Nice.
What that is? It's a
Yeah.
Jesus.
That is
Okay.
Yeah, what is
Okay.
that?
Cool, man.
So you have a few animal hospitals, you said? Yeah.
It's a J channel.
And do you practice as a veterinarian,
I think it
or
has
more
a dimension
managed?
and engaged to it.
I
but they
still
should be
do.
able to
Like
give
this
you-
next hospital I'm moving here, I'll have to be the primary for
feel
a while
like
until I get some
they should be able to,
insurance in
like,
there,
the
until I get
whoever
my
their suppliers will be able to get that for you.
So,
Okay?
Yeah.
now it's going to be more
Okay.
administrative stuff.
Okay. Talk to you later. Bye.
Dealing with difficult clients or
Hello, this is Kevin.
cases that go sideways and that kind of shit.
So,
Hey, Sean, how are you?
is it
Good. I was
like
just
small
gonna give you
animal or
some
like
news on this though.
Yeah, all small animal. I'm right in the downtown.
Because you're always so
St. Paul.
happy, so I don't know how to bring this to you, but I think we're going to pass on doing any renovation, Sean. I know, obviously, you guys put in the time to get us an estimate, but we're basically in the process right now of seeing
where do you go to
about
school?
transitioning to a
I went to NDSU in Fargo for my undergrad,
make
and then I did my
sense to
doctorate at the
renovate,
University of
but
Minnesota.
now we have the numbers for a new owner that would know, you know, exactly what it would take to do that renovation if they want to take that on.
My friend just got into vet school in Canada, so
Oh, cool.
I visited him in
Which one?
Saskatoon.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right, but at least
Yeah,
they'll know
that's
what the
cool.
numbers are, right? So that way they
I've
can
always
take
wanted to
that
go out
on
there.
too
I've
if they're
never
going to buy it, and they can just build that into their business loan. Okay.
Come over a hill and there's a little bit of civilization.
Okay, very good. Well, take care, Sean. You have a good one. Yep. See ya. Bye.
I think I might have some water. Are you good on water and food and stuff?
I'm good on water and food, yeah. Got a full water bottle.
Alright.
Just ate in
Eric, I might need to
Billings?
just
or Bismarck.
the pickup.
You?
I tore my meniscus
stop to go get a bird. My dog used to just be like,
Hey, I've got an idea.
It's a wing tick right on him.
Are you interested in being a surrogate for the next 2 days? Our brother in North Carolina can't make it here. He can live.
He's not Mongolian.
Yeah,
this is one step up.
You can watch this remotely, and then you can go pheasant hunting with these yahoos for a couple days.
That's perfect. Oh, this is a hilarious story, Drew. Kevin, you gotta tell us the story about the exchange student.
Oh, where we're going?
Yeah, you gotta tell this story.
I'm good.
Okay, I'll tell it. So we go out. So our friend. So the funny thing is, my buddy, my longtime college buddy, his brother is also my little brother's age. So the two of them, those guys got to be good buddies. Me and my buddy, my friend, got to be good friends. It just turns out that they're the same family. And it's kind of how they got to know each other. Distantly, from living 5 miles, and our two families grew up 500 miles apart, but we got to be close friends. And their family, just like our family, there's a lot of similarities, but their family, just like our family, hosted a lot of exchange students growing up. Well, we go out to the ranch like 3 years ago. This is probably 5 years ago because Jason was still alive, wasn't he? Was Jason still alive? I think so. Yeah, it'd have been four years ago. And we get there, and they had just had a new Mongolian exchange student that had just come in like 2 days before. The guy's like still kind of like jet lagged. The guy still just like kind of getting his feet under him.
And so it's always tradition when we get out there. I'm gonna jump in here that like that first night. I mean, we honestly have not all gotten together for 12 months. It's like once a year we all get together.
Yeah.
So it's pretty typical that we'll do a big meal. We'll have like some pretty good whiskey going. Some micro brews, some craft beer. So this Mongolian guys is like, dude, this is fantastic. It's like day 2. It's just like a feast.
Yeah, this guy just is like walking. He assumes this is like the way it is in the U.S. all the time.
Yeah.
We're giving him whiskey.
It's like this every night. No, it's not.
We're like, it's like this all the time. And these guys come to work. These guys work their asses off. Jerry works pretty hard. Just like any farm, they're going to work hard. But he's like, oh, this is the way it is. The next day, Jerry's like, we show up and they're doing some work. Well, the guy, they don't like to throw these kids in the fire and give them too much work right away. They like to ease them into it. So Jerry, is like, oh, you should take, what was the guy's name? Iggy, yeah.
Iggy Pop.
Yeah, but it was something else, but we was like, we'll just call him Iggy. He was like, okay. He's like, you should have Iggy come with you. And, here, give him a shotgun. So, Jerry, the dad, the old man, gives Iggy a shotgun. And, I'm like, fuck? I don't think this guy's ever even, handled, I'm watching the way he's holding this gun, and I'm like, this kid has never handled a gun before in his life.
Yeah.
And this guy's 26.
Yeah, we're not doing this.
26, 27. We put a gun in his hand. So he's going to walk with me to the end of this tree row where we know there's a ton of pheasants in there. There's hundreds of pheasants in it. And I'm like, well, this is going to get interesting. I'm like, well, let's watch and see how this goes down. We're walking down the road, and I asked him if he'd ever been hunting before. And he looked at me, and I was like, have you ever been hunting before? And he just I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, we're gonna die. One of us is gonna get shot. And I was like, okay, 2 things. Don't shoot my dog. And there's a pheasant right there. Schmucked. Rooster. 2 things. Don't shoot my dog. And I'm like, only shoot the roosters. Only shoot the males. And only shoot them if they're up in the sky. And he's looking at the sky. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, Jerry. And this guy, we're trying to get him to, birds are coming by, and I'm, trying to point him in the direction of shooting birds. And he can't shoot anything. But the funny thing was, he finally put the gun down, which made us feel a little bit safer. And I'm standing at the end of this tree row, and there's pheasants flying by me, one after another, and I'm just dumping them all over the place. Boom, 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 and they're falling. And I look around, after the chaos is done, I look around and I find 2 birds, and I'm like, God, where the hell are all my pheasants at? And my my dog, I left him in the kennel because there was no reason to. I was just standing there at the end of the field, and I didn't need the dog with me. And this guy, this dude, he's just like a bird dog, man. He just gets in there and he's like, oh, there's a bird. He picks it up out of the grass. There's another one. He comes over, picks it up out of the grass. He's just like bird dogging these things, and it's the funniest thing. But the fact that Jerry handed this kid, we were supposed to have hunter training. Like all of us have to pass certifications to like handle guns, and in order to get your license, you have to pass hunter certification.
Yeah.
Life. It's like, shit. These guys are getting after it here. So one thing that we classically would do is sit right in the grass right at the end here, and those birds, the birds will start to pour out, the pheasants will, out of the cornfield as they're harvesting it. It's not illegal, but...
Do they care?
The farmers? As long as it's not, well, if you know the farmers.
If you know the farmers, okay.
If you don't know them, then that would be a little bit...
I was going to say, like,
they'd probably get pretty
there's
pissed.
nothing right.
Of any kind, semi-automatic weapons of any kind, there's just no place for them. There's just really no application. I mean, handguns were built and designed to kill people. I mean, they're meant to kill another human being. I just don't understand the purpose of it, and I don't want that responsibility. And I don't have that amount of fear that I don't need it. Like, I have a shotgun to, like, hunt pheasants with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I don't need, like... I'm so anti-NRA. I had an NRA guy pull a gun on me once in Minneapolis. This guy that was at this rally.
For what?
They were flying Confederate flags, and there was this march that was happening, and I was there, and it happened to be at the end of this marathon, and I was there to pick up a friend of mine on my scooter. I was there on a scooter, and I was there. These guys were flying Confederate flags, and they had NRA t-shirts on, and I was just like, and this was a half a mile from my house. And I just told these guys, I was like, you guys, like, those flags don't represent anything about the city of St. Paul or anything that we're about. And I said, I have a business, and my family lives here. And I said, just so you guys are fully aware, you guys are just not welcome here. Like this sentiment, what you guys are putting out, the hate you guys are putting on the world, it's not welcome. And he just jumped down my throat, started calling me a faggot, started, like, yelling at me, and, like, I was like, dude, like, see, I'm like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I'm like, you don't even know me at all. And his buddy gets in, and he starts, like, giving me, like, jaw jacking me, and starts screaming at me, and I just laughed at him, and I was like, okay, these guys are big, fat, shit guys. I was like, come on over here, so let's talk. And then the guy pulled the gun out of his boot.
Yeah.
And I was just like, what the fuck? And it's this whole fear. It is just bred in fear. All of it. I always want to put a bumper sticker on my truck that just says the bigger your gun, the smaller your dick. Because that's the truth. It's just like the more fear people have, the more armed they are. And I don't understand it, but like and then people don't understand, like, I have pictures of me with, like, pheasants that I've shot, or me with a over-under shotgun that I'm, hunting pheasants with. But they can't understand responsible gun ownership. They just don't understand it, Like, I literally took my trigger lock off of my gun 2 minutes before we picked you up, because we were heading out west. We're going to the farm now. My son's not around. It's just me and, adults around. Will be around my gun. I'll take my trigger locks off my guns so that I can access them.
Yeah.
Other than that, my trigger locks are on my gun year round. There's no purpose. They're not needed. But that whole culture of, and it's so, I don't even know, it's such a hot button. It's so vitriolic. You talk to any people
hot topic issue here in the United States.
And that's and the problem that we have is there's a very small majority, there's a small minority that owns the majority of the guns. There's a very small number of people that actually have the firearms.
Mm.
Maybe there's people that have like 100 firearms for some reason. For whatever reason, that makes them feel powerful or makes them feel... And they're more likely to brandish a weapon, too, if they feel if that's their source of power. They're not going to communicate. They don't have legal ability. They don't have the ability to speak their emotions or have a common sense of conversation.
Mm.
And it's those are the people, typically, those are the guys that I talk to that cannot verbalize. They cannot talk
But it
about...
goes both ways here. I mean, you basically just said there's no place for anything outside of your hunting rifle and hunting shotgun, and you're putting a very hard stand on that.
They're really...
First, and then you're saying that... I mean, it goes both ways here. I mean,
I would definitely welcome a conversation for the people that need to have security purposes or for police or, you know, people that need it for their job, like that actually need it for their job, where they're like in the daily, like they're in the scum bag of the earth and they've got to be dealing with those people regularly. There was a guy, I was in Missoula, there was a guy that was just in there with his freaking huge Colt 45 on the side, and my son and my partner and I were having breakfast in the morning, and my son can see this like a pistol, and I'm not comfortable with that, but he clearly has a license to carry, and it's making me uncomfortable. I'm like, dude, your gun, like this gun is making me extremely fucking uncomfortable. I can handle a gun, like I've shot pistols before, but it doesn't make it right that you need to bring it into a pancake diner, you know, like, and they think they're safe. They're like, well, you know, I'm safe because I carry my gun. Bullshit. Like, you're way more likely to either use it or to have it used on you. You're not safe. Like, that doesn't make you safe. The feeling, like, because somebody, that's the other thing too, people feel something. Because they feel something, they make it, it's right. And that's another weird thing. Because people feel a certain way, they think that that's right. You're right, Kevin. I mean, I want to have a conversation about it, but in my view, like, it is true though. Like an M16 was designed to kill humans. It wasn't designed to do anything else but to kill a human. Handguns are not designed to do anything else than to kill humans. And if you like a bear, like some people would say, well, protection from like animals. Well, yeah, grizzly. Like, okay, like I'll give you the one off on that. But a handgun has no other purpose than to kill another human being. Like I said, I just don't want that responsibility. If push came to shove, I mean, could I get my shotgun and if there was an apocalypse and shoot somebody, I guess, or if somebody was in my house, but the feeling of safety doesn't make it safe. You know, you're better off with a bat underneath your bed. Maybe my mind's changed because I have a son and I have a kid, you know. We don't talk about how many kids are killed in this country with guns every year, do we? Anyway, so that's my stance on guns.
There you go.
Even though there's a gun in the backseat of my car right now. And that's the other, like I said, it's always people call you a hypocrite or whatever because they just, I don't think that's hypocritical at all. Just say that there's some level of safety and some level of responsibility that we have to have when we grab a gun. Yeah. Kevin, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Well,
We've wrapped it all up.
I think you covered it pretty thoroughly from one side.
From one side.
But
No, and I don't know, like, people say it's a slippery slope, that, you know, suddenly, like, everything will be regulated. I mean, shit, we regulate car seats, you know? We regulate lots of things for the safety of the human beings.
Yep. Belfield. This is your exit up here?
Belfield, Watford City.
Yeah.
couple bees there that are getting ready to head out to California probably. Some big hives that are right there.
Oh yeah.
So those keepers are bringing in all those bees from all over from fields, big pastures from all over, and they're stacking and staging all those bees there. Yeah. And once it gets a little bit colder, they'll put sugar water on those bees now, because there's not a lot of food for them right now. So they'll give them sugar water, hold them over before it starts to get too cold, and then they'll pack them up, and then they'll probably head them. Those will all go to the west coast and then down to California for almonds.
Okay.
Fremont Landmark, yeah, for
I
trail.
didn't know that.
Takes a. Now, did you say you wanted to get dropped here?
Yeah.
Or
Well, probably anywhere on this junction I can go from there.
okay.
Make a call. You guys are heading north from here?
Yeah. Kevin, I think we should stop at the Senex. Maybe I'll fill up one more time just so I'm topped off.
Yeah. You can drop me off there.
Okay.
Yeah,
At Senex.
that'll work, and then I can establish myself there. If I need a snack, I can grab a snack. Keep going.
Got some apples and stuff too if you want some of that. Apples.
Actually, I got 2 apples, I think, in my bag.
Rice stuffed grape leaves. Some lentil soup.
Whoa.
And some
You guys are packing.
lentil apple walnut loaf.
Yeah.
Some tabbouleh. What else have I got in there?
Came prepared?
We try to bring a little culinary skill with us to Western North Dakota.
But yeah, when you were talking about cooking pheasants, I'm like, yeah, you like to cook, don't you?
It's one aspect of it that I always just kind of passed up. It was more of a start hunting maybe as a teenager with kind of a bloodlust to just go out and like kill things, which is weird and just sick in a certain level. But you start to graduate to beyond, class it up a little bit. Which one looks better here? Conico or Senex? I think your Senex is going to be a better option for you.
Yeah.
These guys are hunters here with that Toyota. Well, all right, dude.
I really appreciate the ride. You definitely got me closer to my destination.
Well, one ride at a time.
One ride at a time. 2,000 miles to go. Thanks for giving up shotgun seat for.
Yeah, of course. Nice meeting you.
Here you go, dude. My favorite snacks of all time, dried mangoes. They're not for everybody, but I love them.
Dried mango?
Yeah.
I love dried mango. And if you want to see what I do, that's where you can
Oh, cool, yeah.
find my stuff.
Thank you.
Banana. It's funny. There's a channel meme on my thing. People keep coming by that watch my channel, and when I'm hitchhiking, they'll stop by and they'll just give me a banana. They're like, you some kind of hobo or something, and they'll just like hand me a banana and drive off. So that's funny that you give me a banana, because that's.
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to live it up to it.
Well, thank you very much for the ride, the food, and everything.
Good luck in your travels, dude.
I'll need it.
Fun, man.
Good luck. Good luck, Dan. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. See, even when it's not viewers, I get bananas. dried mangoes, that's premium. Two-thirds full, still good. 4G LTE, that's good. It's really annoying. When the signal gets low, it'll drop down to 4G because it doesn't get enough signal for LTE, but it'll never come back to LTE. If it drops down to 4G, it never comes back to LTE. Even if we're in the middle of a city, it'll be like, no, we're still 4G. And that's really annoying. That's really annoying. I'm gonna go eat this somewhere. Because I have to restart the whole thing for it to come back. They just dropped me off. Here for a little bit. Slow. Hard to hype, Rosie. 100 and something miles. Let's try some of these dried mangoes. How many Snickers do humans need a day? Well, apparently the new thing is bananas. We've moved on from Snickers to bananas. Freaking organic mangoes. Organic! We're eating fancy today. Oh, yeah. But now, every single ride I get ever in my life, people think is a stream sniper. Guess that's the problem. As the channel grows, hitchhiking's random. They're gonna think everyone is a stream sniper. Guess that's life. Grab taste, mango-y. Grabbing with the dudes. They're headed north from here. I'm headed west. We got 12 days to get to there. We don't though. We got like, what's the 18th today? TwitchCon's on the 26th. Why hitchhike when you can ride the Greyhound? I used to. And that's why I started hitchhiking, because I hate the Greyhound. With a burning passion. Hate the Greyhound. I love dried mango. Shit's awesome. It's so warm today. What is life even anymore? Maybe that says something about Greyhounds, that I'd rather hitchhike. Check the microphone. It is difficult to hear. Okay, one sec. play with it. Was it difficult to hear me? Anyone else? Good stuff. Can you hear me fine? Do you hear any wind noise? Because we're getting a gentle breeze. Sound muddy? I don't know. Is the sound quality worse than usual? Anyone that is here regularly? Anyone else have a peek? Sounds good? Because unfortunately, I just have to wait for confirmation because quite often one person will have a problem, but not everyone else. When I start playing with everything. Don't hear him? If the microphone wasn't working properly, you'd probably get some wind noise. Sounds good, sounds fine. Alright, I think it might just be you. A little muffled? Do not only eat mango, drink a little water. I will be drinking water. Please. Let me try anyways. I'm just gonna give it the mic a reset. I'll confirm. Well, I'm here anyway. Never mind yet. Okay, don't get all salty. I can't take one person's word for it because every time someone has some kind of problem with the stream, I'd have to do when quite often it's a single person's problem. Alright, Billings 300 miles away. If one person complains about something, usually I don't do anything about it because usually if something's actually wrong, everyone's complaining about something. Wait, Alec wants to come to Canada? Did he say that? I missed a bunch of subs while I was in that car. So let's go back through that. Let's see. What did I miss? Did I get that? I don't think I got those. Fiddler. I don't think I got these ones. So Fiddler, 2 hours ago, if you're still here, thank you for subscribing. The Crate Outdoors, thank you for subscribing as well. Again, 2 hours ago. I was in a car. I don't really interact with chat when I'm in a car too much. Dukes of Hazzard, thank you for gifting a sub to All Start. All Start, welcome to the Twitch Hackers. And Redog, thank you for gifting a sub to Gazerker. Is that one of the staff? Gazerker, welcome to the Twitch Hackers. And Redog, thank you for gifting a sub there. And Neon Trail, thank you for gifting a sub to Polititos. Welcome to the TwitchCheckers. Redog, or Neon Trail. Thank you for gifting that. Jixie with the 3-month resub. Thank you very much. 3-month landmark. Yeah, for Trev. Thank you very much, Jixie. Congrats on legal weed. Do you smoke? No. I don't smoke weed. I used to when I was younger. I don't anymore. 2.3k viewers? What? What? What's going on? What just happened to the viewers? I'm not getting a... What? Why do I have so many viewers? 1,600 viewers. Method Josh. I'm not getting a host thing on my thing. I didn't get any Streamlabs notification. What's going on? Method Josh hosted? I'm 24 years old. Might be a bot. If it's a bot, then that's a problem. I should probably contact Twitch. We randomly jumped up from 4 something to 1,500. It's either a host or, like someone said, it could be some kind of bot thing. But if it's a bot thing, then that's a problem. What's going on? No credit, feels Joshman. I don't have anything on my Streamlabs. 389 viewers. Did I get bamboozled? Yeah, 1,500 viewers. What? There was a host. I didn't see any host. Method Josh hosted. You got a host? DW about it? GG host from Josh. Why didn't it show up in Streamlabs? I'm confused. Okay, well, Method Josh, thank you very much for the host. It didn't show up on my Streamlabs, but all of a sudden there's 1,500 people here. Welcome to Hitch Live. Thank you very much for the host. If you haven't been here before, what I do is I hitchhike. If you don't know what hitchhiking is when you go like this, stick your thumb out. Maybe you sound like this. Go like that. Bless the food. And someone pulls over for you and they give you a ride. Better start hitchhiking. I'll go. I was just taking a little break. I just got an 1.5-hour ride. We'll go. We'll go. Oh. Let's show you what hitchhiking is. We can do that. Still enough time to grow a mustache before TwitchCon? No, it's just like 8 days away. Time is at Belfield? 2 o'clock. We just crossed into the mountain time zone. We were in Central this morning. Now we're mountain. Went back another hour. Having to meet silicos? I am one, so every day. I meet myself every day. So we're in the middle of nowhere in North Dakota. Well, from North Dakota we're somewhere, but in the grand scheme of things we're in the middle of nowhere in North Dakota. But I don't know why I didn't get any notification of that, but Method Josh, thank you very much for the host. World of Warcraft streamer. There we go. Time travel? Yeah, those time zones. Pretty much time travel. Alright, what's my battery at? 95, alright. That's fine. So, again, if you don't know what hitchhiking is, just go like that, car pulls over, you get in. Now, if you do know what hitchhiking is, you've probably been told to never hitchhike and never pick up a hitchhiker. As you probably thought about that would be, well, if you're going to hitchhike, you're pretty much playing Russian roulette. Now, in the past 4 years, I've hitchhiked in 25 countries, been picked up now over 1,000 times. I can say it's not like playing Russian roulette with your life. If you do it right, I mean, right by my standards, it's really not that dangerous. The most dangerous thing about hitchhiking, in my opinion, is driving itself. Driving's not very safe. Sorry for not acknowledging you guys, I just didn't get a notification. I'm like, everyone's like, oh, these viewers, and I'm like, I don't see anything. Usually there's a pop-up. Click on Josh stream, directed here. Okay, so he's hosting me. Alright. Alright. That's a little more confirmation. Joey Cadillac, how's it going? There's a bee following me. Because it's so abnormally hot today. It's like 21 degrees Celsius. Like 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Like things are coming out that usually wouldn't be out in the middle of October in North Dakota. One of the benefits of hitchhiking and traveling in general in the off season, the shoulder seasons and into winter, is you don't have to deal with bugs. Things won't be biting you. You just have to dress appropriately. But now with this hot weather, things are biting again. And you have a gun? No, I'm from Canada. But if you are curious, previous to streaming, I've done 4 years of hitchhiking. I've hitchhiked across Canada 4 times now. And through Ireland, Wales, England, Scotland, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Russia, Japan, Australia. And now I've gone through all 50 United States. The states in the United States of America. So alert's not working. Try restarting the app since it's got RTMP running. Yeah, I should probably do that. Maybe my alerts just started showing up. Alright, I'm just gonna get to the on ramp, then I might restart it. 1 second. Alright, snowed Pete. On the strip, I've been snowed on twice on the strip, once in Edmonton, Canada, back in September 20th or so. And I got snowed on in Michigan, around Escanaba. This is the 94. That's east. Other way's west. It's a good chance I'll end up walking out onto the highway because where do you travel in Sweden? I was in Norway, went up to Trondheim,
and then cut straight east into Sweden, across east to the coast, Sundsvall, I think it's called, down to Stockholm, and then southwest into Denmark, and south into Germany that way. How long I was in Sweden? Probably just over a week. Why didn't go through Spain? I just didn't end up going that way. I did like a little U kind of thing of Europe, zip down to Croatia for quickly and then back up. Just didn't end up going. Streaming this seems like a great way to get yourself kidnapped. I think this is the safest I've ever hitchhiked, because before I get into a car I have to ask for permission to film, because you can't just hop in there and be like, camera in your face. As much as some people that stream outdoors would like to do that, it's a rather impolite way to go about things. So when someone pulls over, I'm documenting the process of hitchhiking, so I have a camera. Is it something you're comfortable having in your vehicle with you? If someone had any kind of bad intentions, they probably wouldn't go along with that, would they? Haven't listened to that. Since I've started streaming, I've caught over 300 rides, and I think I've been turned down like 12 times for the camera. Can you show around you? That I can do. Welcome to North Dakota. I'll do a 360 panorama in glorious 480p 700 bitrate. 700 bitrate. There's the overpass we just walked over. And back. Slower than I expected, honestly. What, the bitrate? There's absolutely nothing. Yeah, this isn't flat. Like, this is pretty hilly for North Dakota. Too many people pull over? How long do you wait with their ride? Well, I've been picked up over 1,000 times. So, over 1,000 people have pulled over. Average wait time's in the 25 to 30 minute range. This morning we had a 2-hour wait, and then our next wait was more like 10 minutes, if that. So it's all over the place. You never really know what you're going to get hitchhiking, which is one of the things I like about it. You never know what you're going to get. It's every day is a mystery. Every day is an adventure. For North Dakota, I think this is a pretty hilly landscape. Pretty hilly landscape for North Dakota. I just want to see if, now that I restarted it, if my... Okay, yeah, I'm getting follow stuff now. Okay. I'm guessing Streamlabs is working now. Now, you guys probably won't like this. Usually, so I'm on an on-ramp right now. On-ramp. This is usually where I do my hitchhiking. But I don't know if you've noticed, since I've walked down this on-ramp, not a single car has come down this on-ramp. But in most states, I just have to deal with that. Most states, I just have to, I'm just like, that's the way it goes, because you can't walk onto the interstate. Now this is North Dakota. North Dakota is a state where passengers can walk, or pedestrians can walk wherever they want to. Pedestrians can go wherever you want to. Wherever you want to go as a pedestrian, you can go there. Walk down the interstate, you can do whatever you want. At your own risk, of course. Most states, yeah, you can't be a pedestrian on the interstate. Here, they don't care. You can do whatever you want. Because usually the illegality with hitchhiking has to do with being a pedestrian on a road you're not supposed to be a pedestrian on. Now, like, you see the white line? If I hitchhiked right here, that's federally illegal. That's federally illegal? Legal? Illegal. Legal. So, definition of illegal hitchhiking is soliciting a ride from a roadway. The roadway is defined as the lane of traffic where the traffic's driving. So, we have to stay off the lane of traffic. Crime Cut on Twitch, I wasn't hitchhiking, I was just standing. You're allowed to stand on a roadway. It's all little intricacies, as the law always is. Well, people like pull up laws all the time in the channel and be like, This is the code. You can't, solicit a ride or business from a roadway. Yeah, you can't block traffic and solicit a ride from a roadway. Still no ride? I just got dropped off. I've had one car drive past me since I started hitchhiking. How fast do you think this is gonna work? Went to the gym and still stuck? I'm not though. I've had 2 rides today. When were you watching? I just got dropped off. Usually, I find a good spot to hitchhike and then I stop, establish myself, lay my bag down, and then hitchhike standing there. Location's more important to me than walking, 5 miles an hour. Looks like same area. I guess not to go. Yeah, no, this is an hour and a half west of where I was last time. So we've made good ground. It just looks the same, I guess. More illegal stuff. This isn't illegal, as we just talked about. Well, I dropped off because they're heading that way. They're heading north, down the 85. I'm going west, down the 94. It's all about the shoulder rating. Yeah, the hitchhike rating is going to be pretty low here because, well, let me show you. What I'm looking for is a long line of sight, a wide shoulder, and slow traffic. I'm not going to have slow traffic because I'm going to be on an interstate. Speed limit's pretty fast here. That's my line of sight. We kind of come over a crest of a hill there, and you've still got a few hundred meters, but like it's not like I was before where they can see me for like a mile away. So line of sight's it's not horrible, it's not good. And the shoulder appears decent, but you still have really fast traffic coming down a hill. So objectively, just not the best hitchhiking spot. This could take a while. I literally just got a ride. Well, that was a quick one. I didn't even get to where I was going to hitchhike to. Hey, how's it going? Whereabouts are you headed to? Montana. That's where I'm headed. Now, I'm documenting the process of hitchhiking, so I have a little camera on me. It doesn't have to be on you, but I do have a camera. Is that something you're comfortable having in your car with you? It's fine? Alright, bag in the back seat. Cool. Well, thank you for grabbing me. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Alrighty. Yeah, usually I prefer to not hitchhike like on the interstate itself, but slow traffic on the on-ramps here in North Dakota. So you headed home or family? Yeah.
That will probably be your next best place to be as far as like population and traffic.
Okay. Is that in that's in Montana?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And how far do you think that is?
That's about 30 miles to the border.
From here?
Yeah.
Oh, we're really close to the border. Okay.
And then probably another hour after that to go and dive.
Okay.
So about another hour and a half.
Cool. Well, thank you again for grabbing me. Do appreciate that. Do you usually pick up people when you see them?
Sometimes.
Sometimes?
Kind of depends.
What does it depend on for you?
Usually like the attire they're wearing. It's
Okay.
Pretty,
so
like a good guy.
I looked like a good guy?
Yeah.
Was there like a decision maker? Was there anything that like stood out? Because I hitchhike quite a bit and I'm always curious what makes someone stop.
Usually the shoes.
The shoes?
Coat.
And the coat.
Pretty
Okay.
cool.
Alright. And I had an okay coat and shoes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, cool.
No, I didn't
Yeah, but really sketchy guy did a ride one time. It was an interesting experience.
Yeah. Okay, sketchy how?
He was just kind of weird. Like, he probably did drugs.
Probably did drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was a fun experience.
Yeah.
I
So-
came out unharmed. So.
Yeah. Like he was just acting weird in the car, like kind of just like.
Well, I don't know how to word it. You could tell he was fine, like then, but like he had been using drugs and then has been like using them for so long. He's like accustomed to how to function on them.
Okay.
But you can tell those types of people usually.
Yeah.
And he seemed like that type of person.
So, could you tell before you pulled over? You're like, I don't know about this guy, or
Not really. He had a good coat, good shoes.
he had a good coat and good shoes. He deceived you.
Yeah, it doesn't always work.
Your system doesn't always work, just usually. But no, I try to look like a semi-presentable person. I try to look clean. I try to look friendly and enough. And I get around generally fairly quick because of that, I guess. Average wait times in the 20 to 30 minute range.
That seems deceivingly low.
Yeah?
Yeah. I would expect it to be like way higher than that.
Yeah. I don't know. Hitchhiking's not as difficult as people make it out to be. If you put an effort into it.
Yeah.
Like if you look scary and like you're dressed in an intimidating way, then not many people are gonna want to pick you up. Because there's a very small percentage of people that will pick up every single hitchhiker they see, but that's very few and far between. Most people, there's still a judgment call to make. So you want to push things to.
Anywhere.
So, why do you pick up people if they look okay? Is it just to help someone out, or what's the mental thought there?
For the most part, it's just I enjoy helping people. It's hitchhiking. Picking up hitchhikers is a good way to help people.
Yes, it is. Have you ever been on the other side of it, hitchhiking yourself?
I don't know. Maybe when I was really little, I probably hitchhiked like
Or
3
locally,
miles.
kind of, yeah.
Not a whole lot. My dad had hitchhiked a lot though, which I guess that might attribute to why I pick up people.
Mm-hmm. So when you're growing up and you're driving with your dad, did he pick people up?
Yeah, that was the truck guy was with my dad when I picked that guy.
Oh, okay. And was it a mutual decision between your dad to pick him up, or?
Yeah. He's like, well, you're driving, so.
Yeah.
We have a numbers advantage.
That's true. That's true.
So how far west are you trying to go?
Going west to Washington, then south to California. San Jose for a convention is what I gotta be there for on the 26th. How often do you run this route?
All the way to Glendive is probably once every 3 months.
Yeah.
But you have a Medora about 3 times a summer.
Yeah.
We're about 20 miles from Medora now, and that's where like the state park is that you can drive back in there. It's like a 36-mile loop or something like that.
Yeah.
They're like in the Badlands going through it. Off on my 20-mile guess. It's in a mile.
Sorry?
I said I was off on my 20-mile guess. It's exits in a mile.
Yeah.
So how long have you been like streaming your hitchhiking process for?
It's been 6 months now. I started in April, and now hitchhiked and went through all 50 states, all 10 Canadian provinces, and now going to TwitchCon. So I don't even know what I'm doing there. I'm just going there. 'Cause since April, people are like, so you're gonna hitchhike to TwitchCon? I'm like, yeah, yes I will. Yeah, let's do this. And then to start this trip, I started it by hitchhiking across Canada to the most eastern point, St. John's, Newfoundland, and then that's where I started. Turned around, switched my title, hitchhiking to TwitchCon from the furthest east point in North America back to the west coast. So I had to make it a bit of a challenge, I guess. Rather than just because if I'm home hitchhiking from near Vancouver down to California, that's like I can do that in a few days. You can do that in a few days if you go down I-5. But I had to make it a challenge. Ninth.
Hitchhiking then, or do you have like downtime?
Before I started streaming, I'd like go back home. I didn't really have a home. I'd like pick a new place, get a new place to live, a new job, a new life, save up money, make traveling a priority. So I'd be very frugal back home, and then I'd quit my job, quit my life, and on a trip. In the woods, so accommodation's free.
Yeah.
And those are 2 major expenses when you're actually traveling by traditional means. Like, you go somewhere, you pay for a hotel or at least a hostel, and that's not cheap. Especially the accommodation thing. Like if you're getting a motel every night, there's at least $50 going in, not more.
Yeah.
And there's no real hostels in most of the United States unless you're in a major city. And even then, like I went to one on my Hitchhiking America trip, and it was $40 for a 6 or 8 bed dorm room. And you're like, that's not even that much cheaper than a cheap motel. And I got to share it with 8 other people.
All the hotels in Dickinson, where I live, is
But like since I've been streaming, I've always been like against donation goals, but we kind of just stumbled into one the other day. So what happened in the channel is one guy picked me up like 3 days ago, and he, as I was getting, he's like, "Would you like a banana?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I'll take a banana." So he gave me a banana. It's just normal interaction. Then later, some guy came by, and I was just sitting down outside a gas station. He's like, "You some kind of hobo or something?" And then handed me a banana. I'm like, okay, I got a banana. Then the next morning, the same guy came by. He's like, "You some kind of hobo or something?" Gave me another banana. And then like everywhere I've been going, every town I pretty much go to, someone, yeah, the channel meme is someone comes by, calls me a hobo, and then gives me a banana. And then someone in my channel was like, "Trevor, if someone because they want to see me hitchhike in a freaking banana outfit."
You know, loves the power of Twitch chat, right?
Exactly.
I watched a guy play. I can't remember what the game's called, but it's like essentially like one person reads the defusal manual for a bomb.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think I've seen that.
Diffuses it.
Yeah.
Well, he did that with Twitch chat. So like Twitch chat was reading the manual.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many people spamming the answer that eventually I'll get it, just because there's so many people who guessed the right one.
Yeah.
The bomb blew up the lot.
I bet. Well, like.
And then when they did get it, it was like the greatest accomplishment that has ever been happened.
Because like the original that was like Twitch plays Pokemon, right? And like. Yeah, that was like that took a long time to make that work. So who do you watch on Twitch?
It's a lot of like Counter-Strike players.
Counter-Strike?
That's usually my main game I play.
And you play that yourself?
Yeah, I do. Pretty bad, but I do.
Yeah. No, I used to play video games, and then when I went off to college, for driving through this. You get bored. Okay.
But it's a lot more like an AC.
Yeah.
So we get a lot of wind. So it's not
Oh,
for
yeah.
it to be like -40 with 30-mile-an-hour wind.
Yeah.
But it's not the worst.
Yeah.
As we're in Michigan, it was like 3 feet of snow, no wind. I'd rather have wind than snow.
Would you? I find the wind just cuts into you. Like, I can handle the cold. It can be -20. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. But the wind kind of just rips into your layers if you don't layer it properly.
So
Okay, yeah, yeah, I guess.
it's the only time I really experience winter is from my front porch to my car,
Yeah.
and then after that it's kind of non-existent.
So what else do you do for fun other than play a little Counter-Strike?
That's about it. I really cycle between a couple other games.
Like which ones?
I used to play Rainbow Six Siege
Okay, I know the game. Yeah.
pretty religiously, but got off of that, back to Counter-Strike. I go
Yeah.
through waves of where like Counter-Strike I get burned out on it,
Yeah.
and then I'll invest like a shit ton of time into other games, and then
Mhm.
like, well, this is boring now, and I'll go back to Counter-Strike for like 2 months.
Okay.
Last couple weeks ago, it was Destiny 2, a game I was playing a lot of.
Yeah.
And then now in that mode of switching back to Counter-Strike. I also just bought the new Call of Duty.
Oh yeah. How is it?
It's,
I see everyone playing it,
yeah,
but it's Call of Duty, or is it?
enjoy
Yeah.
It's weird to hit, like they have to like kill yourself every time. It's like they changed like the mechanics of it.
They did.
Yeah, so you have to hit like a heal button and then you